with our members of the press here. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the January meeting of the Fairfield Board of Finance. Happy New Year to everybody. At this time, as you all are, please rise. And I'm going to ask our clerk, Caitlin Bossy, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And before we all sit down, can I ask that you remain standing? This is our first meeting since the tragic events in our state in the town of Newtown. And I want to take a moment to recognize the victims, their families, as well as the first responders who had to deal with a horrible situation up there. So a moment of silence on their behalf, please. Thank you very much. All right, we have a rather lengthy agenda tonight with some items of some significant weight. So the first item is to approve minutes of our meeting, our regular meeting in December. Second item is to approve the minutes of the organizational meeting. The third item is to hear and review some recent news on fire pension. And the fourth item is to hear, consider, and act upon a resolution appropriating $4,195,013 for costs associated with the remediation efforts at Osborne Hill School. The fifth item is to hear, consider, and act upon a resolution appropriating $837,000 for certain non-recurring capital projects. This would be the annual non-recurring capital projects. Annual and non-recurring don't quite go together, but different projects each year, part of the budget cycle. The sixth item is to hear, consider, and act upon a resolution appropriating $5,238,000 for the cost of certain projects to restore facilities damaged by the Hurricane Sandy. We're also going to hear some discussion on that issue related to FEMA costs and what our ongoing efforts are there. Then we have our normal follow-up request items and any other communications. Board members have any questions, comments, or concerns? That's the state of play right now. Mr. Walsh sends his regrets preliminarily. He got called away to a client matter of some urgency, and he hopes to join us in progress this evening. So, item number one, to approve the minutes of the regular monthly meeting of the Board of Finance from December 4th, 2012. Questions, comments, concerns on those minutes from board members? Mrs. Alban.
No concerns on that. Do we have copies of the agenda, hard copies?
Ms. Bossy, do we have those so we can distribute, please?
A couple? We'll share them. It just sort of helps to follow along.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any questions, comments, concerns? Seeing none, do I have a motion? Mr. Bolito, do I have a second? Mrs. Leclerc? All in favor of accepting these minutes? Those opposed, abstentions? Okay, and the motion carries with one abstention. Okay. The
Two abstentions, I apologize. I was not here.
Oh, okay. That's right. I forgot. Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. All right. And item number two is the minutes of the organizational meeting, which were held the same night, December 4th, 2012. Questions, comments, concerns on this item? Mr. DeWitt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was absent for that meeting, yet under to elect a secretary of the Board of Finance, it says Mr. DeWitt moved. I believe it was not me.
You are all powerful.
There might have been all praise for me in my former role, but I was not here. I was here in spirit.
Right.
So.
Can you make a motion to amend those minutes, please?
I make a motion to amend it to, I don't know who made the motion.
It was Mr. Bolito.
Mr. Bolito and, who were the, it says Mr. Bolito moved and Mr. Bolito seconded.
Oh.
Who seconded? I don't know.
Maybe I did.
Do we, we did do it on a bipartisan manner, I believe, so maybe it was you. Let's, Mr. Stone?
Yeah, I see.
Okay.
Okay.
Do I have a second to that motion? Can you second that, Mr. Stone?
Yeah.
To amend it? Okay. All in favor of that amendment? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, the item as amended is before us. Any other questions, comments, concerns on those minutes? Okay. Can we move it?
Did you get the extension?
Yeah, you got the abstention. Can you move that?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Bolito, do we have a second? Mrs. Leclerc? All in favor of accepting the minutes as amended? Those opposed? Abstentions? Okay. We have 2 abstentions on those, the same 2 as the first one. All right. I think actually what happened was, by the way, I think there was actually a statement read by you at that meeting, if I recall. Did you provide
provided
a
a
statement?
statement.
Yeah, I think there was a statement read, and that might have been the confusion. All right. Item number 3 on the agenda this evening, see how quickly we're moving on, is to hear and review a discussion on the fire pension issues. I'm going to take a minute to explain this item before we go into it, if I might. Just before Christmas, on a Monday evening, I received mixed in with Christmas cards an anonymous letter. And the anonymous letter was from someone who only identified themselves as being covered by the police and fire pension plan. They didn't indicate whether they were a current employee, a former employee. There was no indication other than that. It's very infrequent that you get these letters. I can only think of 3 other occasions in the 7 years I've been on this board that I received anonymous letters. And when I received those in the past, I forwarded them quickly to the administration for follow-up and review, both first Mr. Flato's administration and then with one of them, Mr. Tetro's administration, very early on in his term. I'm not a big fan of anonymous letters. I like to sign my name when I feel passionately about something. But this letter was obviously written by somebody that was troubled, and I can only assume, since it related to the pension plans, that it was somebody who had followed the discussions at our November meeting. And at that meeting, or rather the December meeting, at that meeting, the discussion focused on the fact that for the past several years, the town has been putting money into both the townside pension plan as well as the police and fire pension plan after not having done so for approximately 10 years. During that 10 years, it was not done so because those funds were actually quote-unquote overfunded based on actuarial analysis. And a number of years ago, it was presented to our board and followed through by the Flato administration at the time that that was no longer the case, and we were going to have to start funding, once again, those pension plans. Now, there's been a lot of discussion over, oh, that was from the Madoff thing, or the town doesn't put in money, the taxpayers don't put in money, it's all funded by the employees. Certainly the Madoff situation didn't help, but the Madoff situation is not the only reason we're putting money into those pension plans. We were on that slope to be putting money into the pension plans anyway. And certainly the employees for both those pension plans have been putting away a percentage of their salary through all their years of employment, including for the number of years where the town wasn't, I believe. So the town is putting away money into those pension plans, and in fact, at our meeting in that early December, it was revealed to us, or we discussed, I shouldn't say it was revealed, the fact that the latest actuarial analysis indicated that we would have to increase the budget by approximately $3.7 million in the next fiscal year. That's the increase year over year for contributions into the pension plan. This is obviously not just the pension plan, but the retiree medical plan and expenses in general, contractual expenses, have been a focus for this board nearly since the day I arrived 7 years ago, and since many of you have been on the board. So it's been a hot topic of conversation in terms of long-term liability and the town's long-term financial stability for us for quite some period. In fact, this board last spring increased the budget and actually increased the taxes, sad to say, by approximately $800,000 to improve the funding of the pension plans. So it's obvious that this was a significant issue for us, to the point where we raised the budget, we raised taxes in order to make sure that the town lived up to its obligations relative to its pension liabilities, its health care liabilities, and its long-term obligations. Now, with that as the backdrop, the letter was very disturbing because it was quite specific, and it was quite accusatory. So I took that letter and I put it to the side and I slept on it because, number one, I didn't want to believe anything about it. Number two, I wasn't sure really what to do at that moment in time. So what I did was the next morning, I decided I needed to investigate it, but I also didn't want to pass along what would be scurrilous information. So I wrote to the Human Resources Director, Mary Carol Merriles, a series of questions related to policies on promotions in the police and fire area. Similar things that were accused in the letter without disclosing the fact that I had received the letter, because clearly if there was no support for it and if it was just scurrilous, I didn't want to be seen as passing along that information. And, by the way, I fully anticipated that that would be the case and that we could move on. When I got the answers back from the Human Resources Department, unfortunately, the fact pattern, not judging, not making any judgments, not drawing any conclusions, it's just the actual fact pattern that I received back from the Human Resources led some credibility to what the letter said. At that point, I saw no other recourse but to immediately alert the rest of the members of my board, which I did do. It also came to my attention at exactly that time frame that Mr. Bolito had received a copy of that letter, though it wasn't addressed to him, it was addressed to me. And the town clerk had also received a copy of that letter, again, the letter that was addressed to me, not to her. So I made sure that both of those individuals understood the task, or actually what I was doing, the tasks that I was taking. And I alerted Mr. Tetro as well, about 12 hours after I told my board. And that's essentially where we stand today. I was asked for some press conference or some press comments several weeks ago. I declined to give press comments. I referred the reporter to the letter that I had sent under FOI to my board, or rather the email with a copy of the emails from Mrs. Merriles. I did that because I want everything to be transparent. I didn't want this debated in the press. I just want the facts. And I did watch, and I think members of our board watched the discussion at the Board of Selectmen meeting last week, and this is meant to focus on the financials issues of that discussion. It's also meant to focus on the internal controls. We, in late December, put together a list as a board of about 20 to 25 questions that we submitted to Mr. Tetro and the administration. And the hope is that tonight we'll get answers to those questions and we'll better understand the process that led us to this. I want to thank the administration for your assistance so far. I want to thank the Fire Commission, Mr. Popolowski, for being here. I want to thank Chief Fellner for being here tonight, and Mrs. Merriles for coming at our request as well. Thank you for coming. I look forward to the discussion. Thank you for listening to my soliloquy. I just thought it was important that I lay the table and I tell everybody what was going on, and I apologize for going on so long. Does anybody have any questions on what I said or comments? It should be noted, by the way, and I think Mr. Popolowski did note this, I do not believe that letter was copied to the Fire Commission, and I do not believe the chief received a copy of that anonymous letter that I received as well. So I wanted that noted, nor Mr. Tetro did you, right, until I forwarded it to you. Okay. Mr. Tetro, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Mr. Chair, Thank you for giving me a chance to speak here. I think the town attorney has a question or point of order for you that he'd like to discuss. I don't know
Sure.
how the... Well, is it on now? Okay.
Just as the town attorney, if we could talk in private for a moment, I'd like to do that.
Sure. If you and I can talk in private together?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, can we adjourn for about 5 minutes?
You can come too, you're part of them.
Yeah, let's adjourn for about 5 minutes.
All right.
So what I want to do, yeah, I want to reconvene this, and I want to make a motion. Everyone, excuse me. I want to reconvene this for a couple minutes, and I want to make a motion that, or have you make a motion that we go into private executive session?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion at this time to go into private executive session so that Attorney Lesser can discuss his point of order as outlined before.
Do we have a second to that? Second, we'll go to Mrs. Albert. All in favor? Opposed? Abstention? No, it's to discuss, the town attorney wants to provide us some information and some guidance. So we're going to go in for just a couple minutes. We'll be right back out. All right, let's go. You make a motion, we come out of private executive session?
Gavel it.
Yep. Great.
I'd like to make a motion at this time to come out of private executive session.
Do I have a second to that? Mrs. Albin, all in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Let me clear up something, just especially for our friends in the press who might have an FOI concern. The reason the town attorney asked us to go out back is any possible claims activity or anything. He wants us to just be aware of our legal rights, our legal responsibilities, and the fact that we should be careful in our discussions. Is that right? Mr. Lesser, would you like to add anything to that?
Potential claims, yes.
Yes, potential claims. Okay, so that's that. So we're back in session now, and I'll turn over, Mr. Tetro, please.
Mr. Flynn, thank you for an opportunity to lead with a few opening remarks here. From the top, thank you for forwarding that letter on. That raised several questions about promotion, staffing, and retirement practices. Based on a review of recent retirees from our fire department, it appears that it had been a common occurrence for a firefighter to be promoted to a provisional or acting position and then retire a few days to a few weeks later. This raises a number of questions. Is it proper or legal? What is the justification for this practice? Why does it continue? What's the impact on the annual contribution to our pension fund? Is this fair to taxpayers? Is this fair to other employees? How did this get into the contract? What can be done about it? Does this represent an abuse of the system? These are very serious and very significant concerns. In light of this, I've asked for a complete report from Chief Fellner for the Board of Selectmen. The Board of Selectmen has started this review with our meeting last week. The Fire Commission has also joined in a review of the practices and policies, and they'll be meeting later this week on that. Key questions are what has happened, why has it happened, and what action can be taken in the future. The Board of Selectmen is equally concerned about the financial implications of these practices. And in an effort to make this review as complete as possible, as independent as possible, I've made the decision to engage an independent counsel to take the lead in this review and report back on their findings. And we've already started interviewing. We'll have a counsel selected in the next few days. But I wanted to make this board aware of the process that's undergoing, to let you know how serious we're taking this, and to make sure that we get all of this out in the open so we can see and evaluate what we need to do in the future to keep this from happening. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tetro. Was that a vote of the Board of Selectmen, or you independently put together an independent counsel?
That was my independent motion at this point.
Yeah. Thank you. Questions, comments from the board to Mr. Tetro on this item? Mrs. Albin?
Some comments on this matter. Sometimes I feel I sit in this chair and have a unique perspective that others may not, having spent 12 years on another board, the Board of Education. And when you were talking, Mr. Chairman, having received the anonymous letter, having been chairman of that board a number of times, I too received
Right.
my share of anonymous letters. Your first question is, why did it get sent to me? What's the motive? So everything you were saying before rings very familiar for me. And I can tell you that, in my experience, I turned those letters over to our administration for them to deal with it, because what we learned immediately was if the Board of Education were to start digging into that, first of all, per the statutes, it wasn't the Board of Education's responsibility to do so. They didn't run the district. And so we learned that very quickly early on. And letters such as this, and those I've received over the years, you can be walking into quicksand. And so I believe if the first selectman is going to engage independent attorneys, is that correct,
That
Mr.
is
Tetro?
correct.
Have you spoken to some people that you're interviewing?
We've spoken to 2 so far.
Okay. From my experience, I would recommend that this board start there and that we get a report. I would be very hesitant to start delving into questions, knowing the jeopardy that line of questioning could, we don't know, but could put the town in. And that I also don't think that that's our job either, as it's not the Board of Ed's job to run the district. The Board of Finance doesn't run the town of Fairfield. My thoughts.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments on that? Mr. Bolito?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a couple of questions for Mr. Tetro, but I did want to address Mrs. Albin's comments just now. Our job and our function as a Board of Finance is to look out for the financial well-being of this town. The actions that have been brought to this board's attention and the Board of Selectmen's attention directly impact our budget, our pension obligations, and potentially our credit rating. So I would say it's absolutely within our purview to ask questions about it. In terms of how deeply do we delve? Well, you know, when we go through the budget process, part of understanding how the finances of the town work is understanding the management principles behind them. So I think that, again, is fair game, and if there's a question that someone feels uncomfortable answering, they're under no obligation to answer that. This isn't a court of law. We have no subpoena powers. We can't compel people to speak. So I think that certainly from the starting point, we're, you know, in our ballpark and well within our authority. So that's just my opinion. Mr. Tetro, you brought up a few specific questions relating to how did this clause, the acting position clause, and the appendix relating to it get into the contract. When you took over as first selectman in 2011, as interim first selectman, what was the status of the contract negotiations with the fire union at that point, just to get the timeline here?
They were, I'm going to say, ongoing.
Were they in arbitration at that point?
They were not.
They were not. So the contract going to for an arbitration board happened after you had taken over, is that correct?
The contract for fire did not go to an arbitration board.
It didn't at all?
It did not.
I know it was going that way, but there was a settlement. It was not a stipulated agreement that was adopted by an arbitration board.
Correct.
Okay. So
To
as
help,
you,
just
okay.
to help clarify,
Sure.
there was a letter of agreement written between the prior administration and the union that limited the negotiating items or the arbitration items to 3 specific items.
Right.
One dealing with sick days, one dealing with third-year salary, and one dealing with a modification to the pension program.
Right.
and that's that side letter that we've discussed in, previous meetings. Now, when you took over the negotiations, were you aware of this acting position clause and its potential impact on the pension fund?
Not directly at that time.
Did you become aware as you were ongoing in negotiations with your new labor counsel, Attorney McHale?
At some point in there, this type of item was brought up as a potential. I can't remember whether it was before the, basically because once the side letter was written, once that was fully evaluated, once we reviewed the impact, we realized there wasn't anything really left to negotiate.
Right. You were
So at that
hamstrung,
point,
so
the
to speak.
negotiation stopped, and we proceeded on with the approval process for the contract. So that was that November, December, January, and the RTM voted on it in February.
Right. This contract expires June of this year, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you'll be beginning new negotiations
Shortly.
for a new contract after that. Now that you're aware, obviously, of the issue we have here, I would suspect that this is going to be something that will be at the top of the priority list in terms of negotiations.
There's no question that this will be at the top of the list. And importantly, that's why we're looking at going through this review to make sure we understand what needs to be changed. And there may be some other implications here as we go through the review that things can help strengthen the contract from the town standpoint to keep this from happening.
Right. One thing that, as a matter of fact, you might want to be aware of, and certainly something to consider, is that when this fire contract was in the early stages of negotiation, there was in fact a formal proposal made by the town to eliminate this clause or alter it in its entirety. There was a provision added that would create a one-year period by which an acting officer would have to stay in that position for a minimum of 1 year before they would be eligible for retiring at that salary level. It was rejected by the union, and Mr. Flato decided that it was not a topic that he wanted to pursue. There were other fish to fry. So it has been on the radar, and I hope and expect that it will be something that is negotiated out or altered in future contracts.
I think that's one of the lessons learned in going through this review.
All right. That's all I have at this point for Mr. Tetro. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Alba?
Just a response through the chair to Mr. Bolito's comments. I do not want to imply that I'm not concerned with the financial implications that this would have on the town. I am interested in getting that information through those proper channels, and I am very interested, if the First Selectman is going to do an independent report, that we would get that kind of information as part of that report. So I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Yeah. Before that, just, and I'll recognize, I'm going to go Mr. Brockfeld and then Mr. Stone. I want to comment on Mrs. Albin's comments that were directed somewhat at me, and I thank you for those. And I thank you for your experience as chairwoman of the Board of Education. The one difference between this and the Board of Education in that regard is the fact that we're actually responsible for accepting the audit every year. And part of that audit is a report on the internal controls of the town. Also part of that audit is the actuarial report, or the actuarial results, which are disclosed both in the financial statements as well as part of how the pension obligation is. Both of those issues go directly to this matter. A, did the system of internal controls work? Or B, where was the breakdown in the system of internal controls? And C, if there was a breakdown, should it have been something that was caught either internally or caught by our outside auditors? And also, the accuracy of the actuarial information in here. Because if there's policies that are in place that impact pension obligations that are not disclosed to the auditors, or to the actuaries, rather, then it impacts the very calculations on which we base our budgeted contributions every year, and which the readers of our financial statements rely. So there is a broader scope here. But the point is very well taken that the managerial aspects of this on a day-to-day basis are not within our purview. It's better to understand those and to understand what's going on in controls. So I thank you for your comments, and I hope I've explained a little bit why I think this is within our purview.
Just to respond?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't, I don't mean to be difficult.
You're not.
I appreciate that, and but at the same, at the same moment, I also do believe that we need to be careful in how we proceed.
That I agree. Thank you. I'm going to go, did I say I'd go to Mr. Brockfeld first and then Mr. Stone? Doesn't matter. Please.
Thank you, Tom. Good evening, Mr. Tetro. I just wanted to, as a personal statement, say that, upon hearing about this and getting the information from Mr. Flynn, I was extremely concerned about what was brought up in the letter and what's been discussed up till now, as I think everyone is. And I also don't think it's a partisan issue, and I don't think it will be, certainly not on this board.
Yep.
The only question I had for you is I strongly support hiring an independent counsel to look at this, and I hope that they'll be allowed to roam and to look and to find whatever is to be found and to interview whoever they need to. Will we or the town get a look at what the charge is once you've hired this person and what their mission is? Is there a mission statement of sorts that will be presented to you, and then will it be shared with us?
We'll discuss that with the attorney, and we're certainly happy to share what that is.
Okay.
Will that mission statement and charge come from the Board of Selectmen themselves? Is this something you plan on putting on their agenda for them to discuss with you?
Very definitely. We've got a follow-up meeting scheduled on this. And so certainly that will be shared and discussed at that point to make sure it's complete and meets the agreement of the Board of Selectmen.
Because I'm assuming this is the hiring of an independent, or the intention to hire an independent counsel to look at this is new information to us as of about 7 minutes ago or whatever. And I assume it's new information to Mr. Kiley and Mrs. McCarthy-Vahey as well? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Stone?
Along with the independent counsel, do we have a time frame? So, when we know this thing will be done?
Yeah, based on at least my initial estimate, I think this will all be sorted out in 30 days. It doesn't look like there are that many moving parts or people to talk to within this. That would be obviously subject to what happens during the review, but I would think in the next few weeks that should be enough time to get it done.
Any other questions, comments for Mr. Tetra on this item? Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just the contract that the firefighters are under now, how long did that take to get negotiated and then ratified and signed?
Okay, the process that this contract went through is a little bit different than normal. And let me try and do this from memory. But if anybody remembers it differently, please feel free to correct me as we go through this. The contract, I believe, was negotiated in the spring of 2010, was presented to the RTM in roughly June of 2010, and was rejected by the RTM. There was an agreement written on what items would be arbitrated in January of 2011, signed by the prior administration and the union. As we reviewed that letter and the constraints provided by that in the fall of 2011, attorney's recommendation was that there wasn't enough to be gained by taking it to arbitration, and we should bring it back to the RTM. In essence, bring back the same contract they rejected in the spring of 2010 to the RTM, and they approved that in February of 2011.
Okay.
So the contract we're operating under was negotiated in the spring of 2010.
Okay, and we start negotiations again this year because this current contract ends in the summer?
Yes, June 30th.
All right. So the question I have then is, these particular actions that we're talking about, even though it may be legal, as you said, but I think you asked good questions, is it proper? Is it fair to the taxpayers? Are we, the process or the procedure or whatever you want to call it, between now and this next ratification of the contract, is this type of promotions that we're talking about, will they occur, or is there a commitment for this type of action not to take place again, even though it may be legal?
We're still in the midst of doing the review, but as I understand it, the provisional appointments are a formula-driven event.
Okay. But the particular event that we're talking about, was somebody was moved out of one position, right? So somebody can go in to that position. Okay, I
Yep.
think,
That case, that's a question for the fire chief. Those moves do not come before the first selectman.
because I understand when there's a vacancy, I mean, I think we all get that. And then there's the provisional promotion. In this case, from what we understand, there was not a vacancy. A vacancy was created. And the question I would have then, I guess I could ask this: are there any vacancies open currently where something like this can happen, where somebody could be moved into that position?
Okay, again, that would be a question for the...
Can we ask the fire chief?
That would be up to
Mr.
your
Chair?
chair.
Yeah, we can. Before we go there, Mr. Brown, given the new information about the independent counsel and that, I want to touch base with Mr. Popolowski, who represents the Fire Commission here. Thank you for coming, sir. Is that new information to you as well, regarding?
Yes, it is.
Has your, I'm sorry, could you come up to the mic just so they can get it? I'm sorry, Dick. Thank you so much.
Yes, that is new information.
And has your board met on this topic yet?
No, we will be meeting on Thursday.
And this is an item on your agenda for Thursday, is this specific item?
It is.
Okay, so you haven't been able to met yet. Your members are all aware of the letter and the press reports and the Board of Selectmen meeting last week. And now they'll be aware of an independent counsel.
Yes.
Have you figured out what your board is going to do in regards to this matter at this point, what your next steps were, or is that too early to say since you haven't?
I think
met?
it's too early to say, plus the board hasn't heard all the facts yet.
Sure.
Okay. The board hasn't met yet, so I really don't know what the board will respond, how they will respond until after they hear all the facts.
Okay, all right. Perfectly fair. I just wanted to make sure that we were on the same page, because as Mr. Tetra pointed out, you're involved, they're involved, we're involved, we've got an independent counsel involved. I want to make sure we all know what we're doing.
Yes.
So, thank you very much.
So what do we can wait, are we saying that this board should wait until after that meeting takes place to see what the next steps are, to see if something like this will not?
I'm not saying that, Mr. Brown, and I think we certainly should discuss the financial ramifications of this. We should certainly make sure that the questions that we submitted are on the record. I certainly, should he so choose, want to hear from Chief Fellner. I thank you for coming out here. I dragged you out here. I asked you to be here. I certainly want to hear from him. And then we can decide, if he so chooses, and then we can decide what we want to do.
Okay.
Okay? Mr. Bolito, you had a comment?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up on something the first selectman said. Did I hear you correctly that you said that the fire chief does not report to you with respect to personnel matters? Was that what I heard?
You did not.
Okay, please.
I just said that as many departments, the personnel staffing changes within the departments don't come to the first selectman for approval or disapproval.
Right. The fire chief does have a direct line to you, though, when it comes to matters of administration, according
Correct.
to the town charter, correct?
Correct.
So you interpret that as meaning, line changes and things of that nature are not encompassed in that.
I'm saying they just don't come before the first selectman's office. They haven't in my tenure there, and I think that type of change, as I understand it, is something that comes more directly before the fire commission.
So if on matters of administration, there's a direct line to you, what does that encompass, just very briefly for our edification?
I don't know if I can define that very briefly, but it's
Try it.
yeah, it's simply put, I guess as simply as I can put, any of those matters that are not clearly defined by the normal practices and policies of the department.
So if it's not a policy matter per se, then it will come before you.
Correct.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments from this board right now? Mrs. Leclerc?
Just one is,
How come you're only hiring independent counsel now? The letter was received almost a month ago. So I guess my question is, why have you waited?
Simply, we brought it before our board,
Okay.
and to hear some of the questions that came up and some of the information that was related as we went through that review, and coming out of that, there seemed to be enough significant questions and enough areas covered that it would make sense to do that.
Okay. And there were no meetings with your board or the fire commission since mid-January, mid-December?
I don't know about the Fire Commission. Our board met on December 19th, and that was and then we met here on the 2nd.
Okay.
All set? Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, Chief Feldner, feel free if you want to come on up. Thank you for coming out tonight, sir. I appreciate that.
My pleasure. I was looking forward to it.
If you don't mind, I'll join the chief in case there's any questions that
Mr.
cross over.
Pawlowski, always welcome.
Again, thank you for having me tonight. I have been asked to provide information regarding retirement from the fire department over the past 5 years. When the fire department has a vacancy at the officers and assistant chief level, the senior man in the rank below has the contractual right to move into that open position. When one senior officer leaves, it provides the opportunity for the senior staff at the next lower level to move up. Then, if they choose, retire at that particular higher level. That's how the firefighters manage their career as they near retirement. This follows the contract and the SOP. Here's how the system of the department works. Escalator clause by COLA increases. Now, as of April 1st, I'll explain that, and please stop me if you have any questions along the way.
Thank you, Chief.
With this particular contract, COLA, if they don't retire by April 1st, they lose that COBRA increase. In other words, every 2 years, they get a cost of living raise,
Right.
okay? By April 1st, if they didn't leave, they lose 1 year and would have to wait 2 years.
Right,
So they're going on 3 years now.
right,
So they have that opportunity, when it's in there, to leave.
right.
So that's why a lot of them are bailing out. Plus, the contract ends June 30th.
Right.
They know things are coming. I mean, you know, we don't have to be a Harvard graduate to figure that out. We all know that.
So it's reasonable to assume
Yeah,
that
sure.
retirements were going to be higher this year?
Sure. There's no question in my mind. The other towns and cities, Milford's going through it, Bridgeport's going through it. They had 45 retire in Bridgeport. But anyway, that's not our concern. Retirements are as follows that I had, and I believe, Mr. Flynn, you wanted us to go back 5 years?
I might have asked that. I don't
3
recall. It's
years,
either
5
me or
years,
Mr.
whatever.
Kiley.
I'm just going to
But
give you a
thank
rough,
Yeah.
rough down. I don't mean to keep going on here. Michael Mowens retired as lieutenant July 10th. He was promoted July 2001.
Right,
All right, he left in 2010. Brad Sherman retired as lieutenant June 11th, 2011, I'm sorry, and obtained his rank 2001.
right.
They have that right to retire when they want to. Kevin Kennedy retired June 12, 2012, and made provisional lieutenant May 12th as a senior man filling lieutenant slot as per contract past practices. He replaced Lieutenant Higgins, who was out sick for several months. Frank Kudlicki retired September 12, 2012. He replaced Joe Cinemo, who retired on a disability. There was an opening there. I had to fill it. Alan Manillo was in the fire marshal's office for 12 years, getting that 4-day work week and 10%. He got it. He just moved into another slot because Lieutenant Cinemo went out. Al Manillo moved up to the next slot. He wasn't in the inspection bureau. There was no big boost for Al. Lieutenant Cinemo went out on a disability and following the contract in the SOP. Alan Manillo was put in that spot as provisional lieutenant and retired November 3rd, 2012, after spending, I believe it was 43 years on the department he had, okay? Dave Jepson was promoted to Provisional Assistant Chief, and he retired December 28th. He replaced Assistant Chief Tracy, who filled the spot for Assistant Chief Chavanillo. And bear with me, because I know you probably don't understand this, but, you know, I'm doing that to throw it. No, I'm only kidding. Hank Ferentz has been reassigned to the Fire Marshal's office after 36 years in service and can retire any time. Frank, he's decided to stay. So he's been paying into that pension. He could leave at 30 years, and they'd have to start paying. He's been paying into that pension for 36 years with, in other words, at 30 years, you reach your max.
Right.
Okay?
80%. Right.
80%, yes. Derek Lundin has been reassigned to
Yes,
the...
Mr. DeWitt has a
Yes.
question. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Chief.
yes,
Hi,
sir.
good evening, Chief. Just a
evening.
quick thing on terminology, because reading through this and some of the other stuff, there's, we say promoted,
Yes.
which I think we all get, right? Could you just define for me what acting and provisional means?
It's basically the same thing. 1976, I was an acting chief. Chief Russell went away.
Okay.
And after me was Bill Schuman. Was
So
acting.
does acting and provisional,
It's basically the same.
does it
thing.
mean that you're actually making the pay? I mean, sometimes acting is,
It
you're going
comes
to,
out- If a fella's in the acting position now, he makes $4.50 more an hour.
so if you're acting as, I'm making this up, a captain, you make the rate of what a captain was?
Lowest rate.
Okay.
Not the
And
top.
if you're a provisional captain, same thing?
It's the same thing, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So-
Completely the same thing.
Monetarily,
all right?
pretty much means the same thing.
To be honest with you, I didn't like the word acting, and when I made chief, I used the word provisional, because all the other town and cities use it, so I was a follower.
I just wanted to make sure
Yeah.
I understood that promoting to captain,
Yeah,
acting as
yeah.
captain, or provisional as captain, all the same
Yeah,
money.
yeah,
Okay.
basically,
Got it.
it's the same. And
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lesser? Promoted's not the same.
Was your question, is promoted, acting, and provisional the same?
Yeah, there's three terms
I
on this
think-
list, promoted, acting, and provisional. I just want to,
Promoted, I don't believe, and the chief can answer this, but I don't believe promoted is the same as acting or provisional. Promoted is done by the commission. They're actually promoted.
Which will have... very short-
monetarily,
Oh, well,
same thing. That's what I'm asking just about.
I'll explain that on the exam coming, okay? Thanks,
Okay. Thank you.
okay. Okay, Derek Lundin has been reassigned to the fire marshal's office, and he's a certified fire marshal with the qualifications, which I have to have by law, someone in there that's qualified to be the fire marshal. He's got 17 years of service.
Right.
He's not going anywhere, okay? Chris Day was training officer and retired in 2007 and replaced Assistant Chief Chavanillo, who was at the training center. In 2007, the same thing that we're doing now was done back then, with the approval of the administration. He went down to training center because Assistant Chief Kessler went in ahead of the fire marshal's office. Therefore, Chris Day went down there and he retired. And approved by the commission in the previous administration. Bill Holm was promoted lieutenant 2000, retired 2007. Art Hugg was promoted provisional lieutenant in 2004, retired in 2006, and replaced Lieutenant Gompertz. Then I broke down, every one of these retirees have over 30 years and 40 years in the department. Nobody has retired, you know, basically at the 30-year mark. They stay 2 years, 3 years, which they pay into the pension with no return, okay? And before I go on, I'll explain. We have a man in the department who's been there for 54 years. For 24 years, he has paid into that pension and is still paying into the pension, okay, with no additional boost. At 30 years, that individual could have got out, and the pension board would have been paying this individual for 24 years. If you add that up, that comes to over $1 million.
Okay.
Joe Cinema put in, I believe it's 14, 16 years more than the 30 years. He paid into that pension for 16 years without a return, okay? That come, I think, to figuring out, and I didn't bring these figures with me, which I could have them for you, about $800,000. Al Manillo put in over 40 years. At 30 years, he was maxed out. You can't go any higher, you can't get any more. Okay? He paid in, go ahead, you have a question, Mary?
Yeah, but isn't it based on your current salary? So doesn't their salary go up? So they're just going to get 80% of their current salary.
Of the
So as
current
their
salary,
salary
right.
goes up each year, they do get a boost.
Well, they get a boost if they're, there was, 1 year that they didn't get any raises, so he didn't get anything.
No, but the point
But they're
is,
getting the incremental increase of their salary.
well, they're getting their full salary for the years that they're working, number
Yeah.
one.
Right,
And they're getting the COLA adjustment for every year that they work, that there was a COLA adjustment.
Right.
So they're retiring when they eventually retire at a higher rate than they would have
10 years
10,
before.
Yeah,
20,
that's the pay,
25 years
the
ago.
pay goes up every year, whatever the board here approves for pay raises,
Right,
NDRTM,
so it's really not analogous.
you know.
Plus, I would assume they got financial advice that said it's more advantageous for you to keep working for whatever reason. But
I have 13 men that stayed over 30 years, that
Right.
are paying into the pension. So when they say, I don't know what the figures are, please bear with me, oh, we're in $2 million. Well, you're taking one individual that would have been paid from 30 years on $1 million. So sort of outweighs, and I know what Mary's saying, but it doesn't come out where it's $1 million. I don't know what the numbers are that it would come out, if you understand where I'm coming from. I'll continue now. And I have the list of names of all the 13
feel
people.
free.
This may sound a little silly, but I felt like saying it. I was outraged that some person thought that any deals were made between myself and Mr. Tetro, which stated in the letter that you got.
Right.
There were no
You did.
deals made between Mr. Tetro and myself.
Right.
I reported to Mr. Tetro that I was making transfers. I met with him, okay, and Mr. Mayor, and I told him I'm making transfers and what I'm doing. That was the extent, all right? There were no deals made, which I said, I notified him about the retires, which is out of our control.
Chief,
And
I'm sorry to interrupt. Mr. Polito had a question.
Thank you. Good evening, Chief Fellner.
Good evening.
You just said that you reported about transfers that you were making to Mr. Tetro, but
Yeah.
he said just a few minutes ago that he didn't know about that, or that was
He
not
knew I was
reported to
making
him.
transfers.
Am I
But
misunderstanding
any more
something?
than anyone here, and I don't mean to be rude here.
Sure, go ahead.
Would understand that we're doing. I have spots to fill.
Right, I got
have
it.
officers' positions to fill, and there's no way that Mr. Tetro would understand that, Mr. Bolito, any more than the board here.
Right.
And I will, as I get on with this, I'll explain that to you further.
But do you or do you not report whatever level, whether it's in layman's terms or whatever, do you or do you not report what transfers you're making to Mr. Tetro?
No, I don't.
Okay, that's fine.
No, I don't. I just wanted to let him know, being a good guy.
Thank you, Chief.
So, okay, so there were no deals made with Mr. Tetro, as he said. I notified him about the retires, which is out of our control. And I also met with the union and all parties involved and notified the Board of Fire Commissioners of the lateral movements according to the contract and the SOP reference contract page 57, last paragraph. I think that explains it all. Anyone who writes a letter and doesn't sign it, I feel, is a coward. It is usually a disgruntled employee or some retiree that didn't leave happy, okay? I get numerous letters.
Right.
Police chief and myself get numerous letters. I got letters where trucks wouldn't go under bridges that I ordered, you know. So I offered to the board at one year, if any of you are on it, to take you for a ride under all the bridges in Fairfield. So you have to retire by April 1st to get credit for a year. That's that cost of living.
Right.
Okay? If people don't retire by April 1st, the pension, COLA, cost of living adjustment will be adjusted based on the consumer's price index. Assistant Chief Tracy, as the chief of the department, I have to look at experience and to fill these vacancies. Assistant Chief Tracy has never been on the line as a shift commander, and I felt it would be a good time for him and the department to get training as a shift commander and a line officer. There is a big difference. At that time, Doug Chavanillo, as senior officer, who was also a certified instructor, requested to be transferred to the Fire Training Center on September 26th, which was agreed by all parties involved, and retired October 10th for personal reasons not in my control, and which I also can't reveal here and don't want to. I immediately filled that training spot with Steve Curry, who is certified. The move was also agreed by all parties involved. He retired October 23, 2012. Assistant Chief Tracy changed his mind and wanted to go back down to the training grounds after talking with his wife. He requested that he wanted to go back to the Chief of Training. All the moves had already been made and agreed to all parties before Assistant Chief Chavanillo and Curry were assigned to the training grounds. Per the union contract, these moves were agreed to by all parties, okay? It came out at the selectmen's meeting that Steve Curry, there was wrong information given to Mr. Kiley, okay, that he had his retirement papers in, and then I transferred him to the training center. Not true. I tried to explain that to Mr. Kiley the night of the selectmen's meeting, but no one really wanted to hear it.
On the new document that was given to us today with revised information, it says that the date of the change for a training officer position, and I'm going to not use names, was the date of that change was 10/11/12, right? It's got an eerie symmetry to it. So on 10/11/12, there was a transfer. And on 10/12/12, there was a retirement notification.
No, not true.
Okay, does someone want to explain why we have
Tom,
information?
could you tell where you're reading from?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is the document that was forwarded today, which is the revised document from Mr. Kiley.
It's revised?
Yeah, slightly revised for the dates,
Okay.
for a couple of the dates that changed from a number of days, actually. So on this document, which I think Mrs. Merrilees is here, so she might be able to speak to, because this was, for lack of a better way to say it, certified by her office. It says that the date of change was 10/11/12, and the date of retirement announced was 10/12/12, and in fact, the date of retirement itself was 10/23/12.
That's line number 7.
That is employee number 7. Employee number 6 was date of change 9/26, date of retirement 10/5, and date of retirement notification, rather, and date of retirement 10/10.
Okay. I have a letter here from Mr. Curry, and I also have his papers. There were no papers signed for his retirement before he was sent to the training center.
Oh, this wouldn't say there was. This would say it was sent a day after, and he retired 9 days after.
Okay, that I'm not going to dispute right there. But my point is, at the
yeah.
selectmen's meeting, okay, the reason he did that because Assistant Chief Tracy decided he wanted to go back to the training center. So to eliminate more grievances and headaches and everything else, Steve Curry, all right, didn't want to go back to the shift and would leave by April 1st anyway. So he had that opportunity because of the lateral movement to say, I'm out of here. Because if that went to a grievance, which it was grieved, but then the union took the grievance away. They ripped it up. And that's when he says, I'm getting out of here or else go back to the shift, and he would lose his cost of living increase.
Why would he lose his, he wouldn't lose his cost of
Because he'd
living
go back-
increase
he
until
would-
April, right?
Well, yeah, he'd go back.
Could have gone back to the shift and gotten his old job
Yeah,
back at
yeah.
the lower rate, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So,
So-
and then he would have retired at the lower rate, right?
at the lower rate, yeah.
Right,
So
so
he
he-
took an opportunity, it was there, let's be honest with each other, he took the opportunity and says, I'm out of here, which I can't control and no one else can control. He had that opportunity. And I'll go on and maybe, explain that a little further later. Okay, I don't know where I left off. The Fire Training Center, which was agreed to by all parties involved and retired October 10th for personal reasons, not in my control. I immediately filled it, as I said, with Curry. Tracy again changed his mind and wanted to go back to the training grounds. He requested that he wanted to go back to training. All moves had already been made, agreed. I think I said that to you, if I'm not mistaken. In reference to this anonymous letter where it says the police department, and the reason I'm bringing that up is because in this letter that you got, it mentioned the police department never did this. And Ms. Merrily says that the police department never did this. Not true. In reference to the anonymous letter where it says police department never did this is not true. In 2008, 3 police captains were given an 86% raise to leave by a certain date and given 3 years to their time as if they would have 30 years.
86% raise? I think you misspoke.
86%. What'd I say?
86.
86%.
86% raise.
Yes, sir.
Their salaries were boosted by 86%?
No, well, it was 80% and they gave them 6%.
So they were given a 6%?
Yeah. The total was 86%. I'm sorry, I didn't
No.
explain
The
that.
total, no. They were entitled to 80%.
Right, and they were given 86% and
No, they were
given
given a 6% raise. You're saying it wrong. They were given a 6% kicker to retire, is what you're trying to say.
Okay, good. I only got C in math in high school.
Just so I apologize, just so I can understand this now.
They're entitled to 80% of their salary.
Right.
They were given an extra 6% to
6%.
retire when they went out.
So they were given 86% as their starting pension?
No.
So that's where I'm a little confused. They
No.
were given a
They were given a
They
6%
would retire,
COLA.
sir, at 80%, they gave them 6%.
6% of what?
Additional 6.
Additional 6%.
They gave them a 6% raise.
Raise.
Yeah.
So then the 80% was calculated on the 6% raise?
Exactly.
Okay.
And they were also given 3 years. Okay? And leave 3 years at the time, they had 30 years. Also, 2 regular police officers were also boosted to 6%, 86%, and left. And they were also given 3 years' time.
Yeah, Chief, let me ask a question on this, because, thank you for bringing that up, because I saw that, and I saw that that was discussed at the Board of Selectmen meeting. Feel free, I don't mean to jump in here, although I am.
No, please do, because, you know.
At the time, I remember that happened because I was on the board. And there were actually a couple different things that happened back in 2008. The first thing back in 2008 that I recall, and someone reminded me of this last night, was that, if you recall, the economy went to hell in a handbasket, as it were. And in December, we had an emergency meeting of this board. And at that emergency meeting of the board, the then First Selectman, Flato, told us that he was very concerned about the operating budget. I think many of you will recall. And as part of his concern of that operating budget, he actually disclosed to us that he was reviewing putting in place an early retirement program
Yes.
across the town
Right.
to try to relieve some of the current pressure that was on the budget and to perhaps leave some of those positions vacant and therefore make sure that he brought the budget in. So number one, that was disclosed, and it was part of a program that he was doing very intentionally to remove some salaries, to leave some positions vacant, and to help relieve a pressure point that, quite frankly, we were all going through to the economy at the time. So there was that.
Yeah.
I also recall, and I want to make sure I get this right, and others, please refresh my memory where I go wrong. The police department, I think it was when Chief Peck came in, was actually doing a reorganization. And as part of that reorganization, he was eliminating positions. And as part of making that reorganization happen, he was trying to put in place incentives for people to retire so that he could effect the reorganization and therefore reduce costs across the department. And in fact, as I recall, Mrs. Merrilies, I think you were at the time, Mike, you might have been on the Board of Finance at the time. We didn't get the, do you remember the presentation we got on it? We were told this was happening. Chief Peck came before us, as I recall, and discussed the fact that he was putting this in place. And it was part of the budget process, as I recall. But Mrs. Merrilies, they eliminated a position, as I recall. They eliminated a captain's position.
That's what I'm looking into, going to the outside.
Please, come up to the mic. I'm just trying to provide some context for it. I don't dispute anything the chief is saying.
In December of '08, there was a letter, or January 2nd of '09, there was a letter that was sent to all the unions telling them that we would be putting retirement incentives on the table for people in order to reduce approximately 35 jobs or $1 million worth of operating
Right.
expenses. There were letters that were sent to Board of Ed people,
to town people and in January 2nd. By January 17th, and I have the letters with me if you need to see them. By January 17th, I believe that we put the proposal on the table to the captains because we knew that if we got the captains, or at least even one of the captains, to retire, that it would permit us to save one salary of over $100,000, which goes a long way to coming up with that $1 million number.
And that was part of the reorganization that was going on within the department at the
Yes,
time, right?
and
Right.
in order to make better sense or more equitable sense of that, in March of '08, there was a letter to police and fire offering people who had met the terms of retirement an incentive to retire also. And at that time, police officers took it, but there were letters that were sent to fire officers also, and no one took it from the fire department. So it had been done. It was a specific letter that went to a list of people who all met the same criteria. The police who retired, giving them additional service, the officers who retired, the captains who retired from the police department, had far in excess of 30 years of service. You max out at 80% at 30 years. There would be no reason to give them any additional service. But it did save one position of over $100,000, and that position has not been replaced since then. So it's 2009, 2013, the position has not been replaced.
Thank you. Okay, all right. Does anybody have any question on that? Do people remember that? You remember the program? Yeah.
I remember it because that literally was the point where we started having the discussion about hiring a person versus time and a half.
Right.
I mean, that really, 2008, 2009 really started
Right.
that conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, might I add, where they said that $100,000 is saved, they didn't have a deputy chief, and at that time, they appointed a deputy chief.
Right.
So, $100,000 you said you saved on the three-man, they appointed a deputy chief, and they're paying him now. So, I'm not dickering with Mrs. Merrilies.
Yeah, I think,
And
just
the
so we get
police-
it straight, go ahead, Mrs. Merrilies.
At one point, there were four captains and a chief, and then we went
Mary,
to...
speak right into the mic.
Sorry. Then we went to 3 captains and a chief and a deputy chief. Then we went to, that's still 5. Then we went to 1 captain, 1 deputy chief, 1 chief, 1 deputy chief, and 2 captains. That's 4. That's what we have now.
Thank you. Okay. Go ahead, Chief. You didn't mean to interrupt. I just
Oh,
wanted to
no,
make
that's
sure we know.
okay. The numbers are sorted, but I'm not going to get into it. I don't think it's proper here to do that, the numbers.
We're the numbers board, man.
No, you know, and the captains and lieutenants, I mean, come on, I've been here a long time. I know what was done. So, and by the way, before I continue, I was asked by the Board of Fire Commissioners to do some reorganization. We're doing it 70 years. We have the same type of organization. And that's what I'm in there now, which they have me looking into, which I am doing
Right.
for reorganization. So if the police department reorganized, we're trying to do the same thing on a money-saving factor,
Good.
all right? So, I'll be back in front of you in a year or 2 if I'm still here, unless you get rid of me. So,
2 months.
so anyway, we'll move on. Also, the 2 police officers, and I've got this information from the police department, meeting with their administration. The other 2 police officers were also given a 6%. They were just regular police.
Right, it's part of the overall program. Yeah.
Well,
It's like
yeah, I
35
can't
of
go
them, I
into
think.
it, but they wanted to get rid of them. And also, the previous police chief that retired, they gave him 3 months additional pay when he retired. And I verified that with the finance people. So, he retired, they asked him to retire, and they gave him 3 months additional pay across the board. Was that added into his pension? I don't know. I didn't go that far. Captain Day was sent to the training center as retired. This was approved by the previous selectman's office. Mr. Flato approved that, not the chief. I don't approve retirement. So, and I look at it this way.
Good question. Who approves retirements?
They go to Human Resources. So if they didn't think it was right, I don't have anything to do with it. 2 men I didn't know retired. 1 man, nobody ever told me he retired, and I didn't hire for him, and a shift came on duty, and there was a vacancy there, and we had to hire last minute to fill that vacancy. So sometimes they go there, you know, they don't come in, all of them. Some do, don't take me wrong, please. Some do and says, Chief, I'm retiring next month. Okay, good luck, thank you for your service. And 2 did not come to me. It was a surprise to me. 1, they called me and said, so-and-so was just in and put in his retirement papers. Thank you. The other one, I never got a call, and when I called there, they said, gee, we thought we told you. I'm sorry, I forgot. That's the truth, that's the facts. I have, you know, the names of the individuals. So, but they don't come to me if they can retire or not. That's strictly up to Human Resources and the Pension Board. Yes, sir.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, Mr. DeWitt.
Maybe a question for Human Resources, but is there a lead time? How long does it take between putting in a piece of paper saying, I'd like to retire, and walking out the door? Is it a month, a day?
Well, this is a little in controversy. 1 was 3 days, 1 was 1 month, 1 was 2 weeks. So a notice just came out today that it has to be 31 days. So they're dickering.
So prior to today, there was no, you could literally put in
sort
your
of in
paperwork
there
and
in
say,
the-
see you tomorrow,
somewhere
chief, and don't come in?
In the old pension thing, it's supposed to be 30 days, but nobody's followed that.
Huh.
That's
And
heartening to know.
doesn't, I'm sorry, and HR doesn't call you up and say, hey, chief, guess what? You know, how are you going to replace Chief Smith in 2 weeks? And you go, oh, Steve Smith's retiring? So there's no
When
communication.
they got a
path there.
retirement and they told me, I just took the senior man, because we didn't have a list, and I'll explain the list to you later.
Uh-huh.
And I put him in that position. And the man retired. And that took a period of 3 days that he retired. And they said they can make, which they have done, and I know this from my past experience, you can do that over the phone as long as you have 3 or 4 members to approve
Wow.
legitimate
That's the most
retirement.
efficient process in town. You can do something in 3 days.
You know, it happened.
Mrs.
So-
Marilise, what's the process, to Mr. DeWitt's point? Because you have a date on this report that says, paper, I want to make sure I accurately do it. Date retirement announced, which is the date on which the retirement papers were signed, right?
We're finalized. They may have been speaking to Eileen before
Yeah,
that time.
how long does it usually take before someone comes in and says, hey, I want to retire, and, you know, I'm giving you notice, so put together the paperwork so I can sign? I mean, is it the same day? Is it a couple days?
Some people, it's a couple of days. Some people, it's 6 months. Some people, they put in their paperwork and they take their paperwork back. But when I've been in the department now for 7 years, and there was never a question. People would come in and we would put them on the next agenda. But because the meetings for the Police and Fire Pension Board are quarterly, there were always special meetings when someone retired. Very few people, as you can see from the list that the chief gave you, have retired from the fire department over the last 7 years. But we can, since they don't have but quarterly meetings, we can put them on an agenda to retire at any time. I have wanted to reinstitute the fact that the pension plan says that you're supposed to give a month's notice. But when I came to town, that they were allowing them to retire because the meetings were quarterly and it was not convenient to put in their paperwork and retire within a short period of time. Then, in the last 3 months, paperwork has been coming in, and there's been a request on the part of the retirees to retire virtually immediately. And today, there was, as the chief said, a notice that went out to both police and fire saying that we would be following the pension book exactly, and we would need 1 month and 1 day notice.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item?
And this will a problem, and I know it's already started late this afternoon because I notified the people. How are you 2 weeks ago going to retire a guy in 3 days and tell a guy a week later, I'm sorry, you can't retire for a month or two? I think we have a problem here. So, that's, the way it is.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Yeah, please, Mr. Brockfield.
Just reference what you just said there. So you're saying you know of some guys who are intending to retire and now we're going to be a little upset about this change in policy?
You'll have 4 men retire within the next month who are in positions right now.
So you're pretty aware usually of guys who are intending to retire?
Right now, they told me they're putting in their papers after that notice came out today, because I did notify everyone, if you're retiring, you better put your papers in.
Okay, thanks.
And really, to be honest with you, it's not hard to figure out. If you're going to lose that increment April 1st, they don't have to come and tell me. I can figure it out. I've been here a long time, and I watched these people run out.
It's okay, right?
Please.
Yeah.
I can keep going where I was.
Well, actually, I'm going to change the subject for a second. Can I go back to this COLA thing for a second?
Sure.
And I have to be honest with you, I'm a math person, bond trader. I can't for the life of me figure it out. You say in there that if they don't retire, and maybe Mary can address this as well, they don't retire by April 1st.
Yes.
They miss out on some sort of COLA, but they do get the CPI. That's what you wrote there, right? I mean, that's what I read.
I'll let Mary explain.
Police and fire have a CPI COLA type increase. Their contract provides that their increase is biannual. And so if they retire by April 1st of even-numbered years, they get one increase. So they would get whatever the CPI is for this year in July. So they'll retire at whatever their dollar amount is, and then come July, they get their CPI, as if they were still working and getting a cost of living increase. But police and fire, the next increase would be in 2 years, but they would get an increase for each year.
The police department gets it every year. Theirs is different than ours. We get ours every 2 years. Police department is 1 year, according to what their administration told me.
Okay. Can I continue, Tom?
Please.
Let me circle back. That was just an aside. I apologize. It just came to me. I was thinking about that all during as per what you were talking to us about before, Chief. If a guy, and this is a contractual question, I guess.
Yes, no.
So if a guy calls you up, or a woman, and says, Chief, I got a bad flu. I just came back from the doctor's office, and they told me that, I'm probably going to be out for like 2 weeks. I have to take antibiotics, whatever it is.
Yep.
You then have to fill that position, quote unquote.
No, we hire overtime.
Hire overtime.
Yeah,
So at what
time
point?
and a half.
Right. Because at what point? And by the way,
I mean, if a man gets sick, I can't say, you're out. I'm
right.
replacing
And I want to be careful here. So Stanton or Tom, any of us, you should cut off if we venture where we shouldn't. I'm just trying to respond very specifically to what the chief has written. Somewhere back in here, I apologize, let me see. You said that one of these fellas got a new provisional position because somebody was out for 7 months, right? Mm-hmm. So I used the example of 2 weeks with the flu, but this was 7 months with
Yes.
a more serious illness, I assume.
Yes.
So at what point does it go from being replacing the position with overtime?
After 8 weeks, according to contract.
After 8 weeks?
Yes,
So when somebody, so on the 8th week in one day, you're required to put a person in that new position, in that position?
Basically, we have since 1976.
But is that part of
That's
the
been a
contract? Is that
policy
part of the contract?
of the contract. If all parties agree,
Yeah,
that explains itself on
is it in the
page
contract?
29, page 5, and page 13 and
Can you
57.
take a look at that? Because I was actually looking for that. I couldn't find that. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, I'm just
Yeah,
trying to,
if you want, I have it all marked.
Yeah, no, we have it here. Yeah, I'm sure. It's nice having an attorney sit next to you.
Every once in a while, right?
Right. Not often, but every once in a while.
so, I'm finished for now. Go ahead.
Okay, if you think of it.
Yeah, you can.
I'm sure I'll have more.
Yeah, you can, Mr. DeWitt, please. And by the way, thank you. This is very helpful, particularly the part about the internal controls surrounding notification process.
Okay, I have more, so I'm not,
No, that's good.
It'll help you.
I got a question for you in a couple minutes, too. But go ahead, Mr.
Yeah,
DeWitt.
dollars and cents, right? So in this scenario, Mr. Brockfeld's referring to where Lieutenant Higgins was out sick for 7 months. I'm assuming he was in, I don't know what position he was in.
He was a
Oh,
lieutenant on an engine company.
Okay.
They didn't have any supervision on that engine company.
So the gentleman who was made provisional lieutenant
Yep,
gets that boost in salary.
$4.50.
Okay, what-
Because he stays at the lowest, Lieutenant Higgins is at the highest salary.
That's what my question is.
Got
Lieutenant
it.
Higgins doesn't lose anything because he's out sick, right? There's
Oh,
no.
no, he's got the sick leave is in there. I can't
Right.
control that.
Right. If he's in a job like the training officer where there's a bonus, or I won't
He was
call it a
on
bonus.
shift. Yeah, he was on shift.
Yeah. If it's a training officer responsibility, does he, in that same scenario, does the gentleman who is out sick for an extended amount of time get that delta with $10,000, whatever it is, pulled back?
It's not $10,000. This is where everyone's stake. They think a provisional gets another 10%. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I think he's referring to the gentlemen who are working in the training pool. There's appears to be a $10,000 difference in their.
All-day personnel, okay, and the RTM and everyone voted on this, get 10% more, work 4 days a week, and get a vehicle.
All day? I'm sorry?
All-day personnel, yes, sir.
I'm sorry. That means all people who work during
Day
everybody.
shift.
People who
You're
don't
working at
work
the-
shifts.
You're working on the
They
training.
do work night shifts and weekends.
Yeah,
They
but
can
while
work.
they're working, is what you're saying, right? While
Right. They
you're
can
working
work,
day
in other words, they can't work days because they're
Right.
on days.
The people
But
that are,
they got a
the
10%
people that are
boost.
in ministerial during the day shift
Yes,
get a car, get a salary bump, and all the things that were just
yes.
listed.
All-day
But-
personnel get 10%.
But they can also, per the contract, work additional night shifts and earn additional income that way.
Yes.
Is what you're saying.
Yes,
Okay.
they can work overtime at time and a half night shift. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Did I answer that? I hope.
Well,
Chief Fellner, you mentioned just before that there was an 8-week cutoff where you go from being able to fill that position with overtime to you must put in a provisional officer. Is that correct? I didn't see anything in the acting positions clause that said that. Could you just point me to where in the contract exactly it says that, just for my own edification, please?
I would have to look through it again. I have all these pages here.
Yeah, I
But
get
I've
it.
got to fill because I have a minimum manpower, so I have to fill it.
Oh, no, I understand that, but it's an important distinction because obviously there's a big financial difference between paying somebody overtime to fill a position which has an impact on the current year budget, but obviously it doesn't have an additional impact on
It's
pension.
much cheaper the way I did it because I would be paying a lieutenant at top pay
Right.
to fill that vacancy at time and a half.
No, we've had that discussion before when it comes to
Yes,
manpower. I
it's a
get
lot
it.
cheaper, budget-wise, not pension-wise and everything else.
Right, current year wise.
Yes.
And that goes to the next question, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to hold things up, but Attorney
no.
Attorney Lesser, if you could please identify the port in the contract that has that 8-week provision. Okay.
I can get it for you, I'm just saying.
If you
we
could,
wanna
I don't want to
sit here
derail
and-
the discussion here, but I think
will
that
be
is an
glad
important
to even
distinction.
call you, I believe that one is on page, and I'm just doing this fast now, page 5, I think.
Thank you, Chief.
And again, I'm doing this fast without,
Oh, no, I understand. Thank you.
I have all this marked. You know what I'll do, Mr. Polito? I'll give you my contract with all this marked. It might help you better before I leave, and you can give it back to me tomorrow. I'll be glad. It'll
Thank
make
you,
life
Chief.
easier for everyone.
Chief, you were in the middle of a presentation, for lack of a better way, so please continue.
Okay.
I don't wanna
No,
interrupt
that's
you.
okay. Again, the union contract transfers and provisions, provisionals are page 57, last paragraph. Personnel who receive lateral transfers, as described herein, shall remain in that assigned position for a minimum of 3 years before requesting transfer. The training officer was 5 years, so he can request a transfer.
He didn't,
Okay?
right?
Unless the individual is either reassigned by mutual agreement of the chief and the individuals promoted or retired. All training for obtaining and maintaining required certifications shall be at the cost of the town. So if I put a man in there that wasn't a training officer or wasn't a fire marshal, we have to send him to school for a year, 2 days a week, and we pay for it. I don't do that. I use the man that's qualified. I'm going through that right now, that has the qualifications. They're, not to go in there claiming I'm wrong, I could put a guy in there and we send him to school. So we'll see where that one goes. Okay? For example, Assistant Chief Chavanillo, okay, if I didn't fill it, we paid time and a half to fill that position. This is a savings by just putting the lower ranked person in there in a year, $9,700 and some dollars that we save. In other words, right now, a starting man in that position.
What
did I give you?
position?
Starts at 91.
What position?
Pardon?
What position? You're confusing me.
Assistant chief I'm using, all right?
Just regular
And Chavanillo
assistant.
was getting a little over 101,000. The new man will start with 91,000 and has to go up to his 3-5 increments.
Go ahead, Mr.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Chief, I just want to make sure I understand this correctly, because I understand that when you have a position that's open, such as the training position, you need to have somebody in there who's qualified to do it. I get that, and that would be someone like
Yes, I
Mr.
have
Chavanello.
That
Okay.
and fire marshal have.
Right, okay. But assuming you had that person available who was trained and qualified for the job, could you not just pay him overtime to fill that position temporarily rather than making him an acting officer? That's what I'm trying to get, that distinction.
It would cost more. If
It
you
would
put
cost
that-
more in the current budget year, I understand that, but in terms of the pension obligation, maybe not.
Whoever I put in there in the work days would get 10% more. Whether I put in the lowest man on the totem pole, he gets 10% more,
Just in the current year,
just in the year. Yep.
for the period that he's
Yeah.
doing it.
Which we have no, all of us here we have no control over that. He gets 10% more if he works days.
No, I know, but
And
you
can
don't
work
have to-
overtime at night and weekends.
Okay, but he's filling a role, right?
So, that's it.
Okay,
Uh,
Chief, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll continue, all right? I met with the selectman, notified him about Chavanillo and Tracy's transfers, and I just notified him. He didn't say, this or that. I
Just told him this is what you're
I
doing.
notified him, yeah, because I felt he should be notified, okay? And what was best for the department. That also meant that the fire commissioners, who at that time, I told about the moves, Commissioner, stop me if I'm wrong, supported the move. And that was at the last commissioners' meeting. We didn't go into pensions and get deep into it. I told them what I was doing, and the commission knows that day people get 10% more, okay? The union was also notified. They met with us. All parties were notified on this when I made that move.
Right, there was and correct me where I go wrong, the union was actually not in agreement with that at the time and filed a grievance on that.
No, they
right?
definitely, they filed a grievance because Assistant Chief Tracy filed a grievance. He wanted to go back.
Right.
After that, they just took the grievance and
Well, after he was
it went. There
reinstated.
was
right.
no grievance.
Well, there was a
There
grievance.
was a
filed.
grievance, and now it just went away.
Right, and
That was-
Assistant Chief Tracy.
Well,
the
Assistant
Chief's
Chief
back
Tracy
in
went
there.
back, and that was,
The
the
grievance never got formalized.
grievance never got formalized.
Yeah,
Thank
never
you.
got formalized.
Okay,
Okay? It went away.
let me ask a question, and Mr. Pawlowski, this can go to you as well, and it goes to something that the chief said before, and I'm just trying to get my arms around it. Let's talk specifically about the training officer positions, right? So, you made the move. Were you surprised that the training officer retired? Were you surprised?
When I made the move,
Yeah,
when the first one came to me,
yeah.
and I know the reason, Mr. Flynn, please believe me, it was best for him to go. Okay, we agreed. No, at that time, he told me he sort of planned on staying, and that's when, to train Assistant Chief Tracy to be a line officer, you got to have experience on there. He decided to leave. And Tracy was content where he was working shift. And he told me personally, gee, it is a different ballgame. I didn't realize that. So you'll get the answer, well, I can work relief. Well, yeah, you work one night a week, a night shift, or 2 nights in a month, not a week, in a month. You may work in. And believe me, from experience, there's a big difference. Than working the day payroll and all equipment transfers and making the rounds to the stations, training, the whole bit, to make sure all these are scheduled. Okay? It's easy to say, but you have to be there to understand it. And I really mean this.
Now, I was just saying in the context of your earlier comments where you were saying that, this is going to be a year where a lot of guys are leaving, and standard operating procedure based on the earlier comments were that, the guys get the bump and then they file their papers and they go out. I was just wondering.
Senior
if you were
man can
super-
bump a junior man, if it's all agreed. If I'm senior to you and some position comes up, I can bump you. If you want it and I'm senior man and I want it, I can bump you. Same way with vacation. I'm senior man, I have the pick before you.
Right, that I get.
Okay? Okay. As far as the letter, I received numerous of unsigned letters from disgruntled employees, active and retired, mostly from the same individual, which I am sort of aware of, not to go into. I don't pay attention to unsigned letters, and I do understand where you came from. You wanted to look into it. The only thing I have to say here, without being rude to you, I wish you had called me, all right?
And let me respond to that, because it's a fair
Please,
point.
please. I hope you don't mind me bringing it
No,
up.
absolutely not. And you and I have a good working relationship from
Yes,
7
we
years
do.
together, and I respect you.
want to keep that.
And I respect, and you will. You were the last person I was going to call. I was not going to call you, because when something like this comes up, the first thing I wanted to do was check any facts on it, okay? And my hope and anticipation was that this was going to go away quietly, and there was going to be nothing. After I couldn't do that, because the facts portrayed a different story, and again, I'm not judging the story, I'm saying they
Yep,
portrayed
no, I
a different
understand.
story, okay? There was no way you and I were going to have a conversation on it. And as much as I felt, maybe I would pick up the phone, absolutely not, could not happen. The conversation had to happen in open public, because I'm a representative of the taxpayer. And obviously, the people that sent me that letter, and I agree with all your comments regarding anonymous letters, there was an anticipation that I would be fully above board and be completely transparent. So if you're upset I didn't call you,
No, not
I
upset.
understand that.
Disappointed.
But I hope you understand why I
do.
didn't.
We all have a job to do, and I understand
Right.
that. I saw it for about 10 seconds, and then I'm over with,
You called me a few names, I'm sure, and then.
Well, yeah, I was, a few names I called you, but
Very polite.
it was very politely done.
Called before, though.
Right, I'm sure.
Very politely done. So,
Right, exactly.
okay, but I want to make this clear and
But
continue.
I do want to be clear. There was no way I
you
was
know what?
calling you.
You and I have a good relationship, and I'm sure we'll get back there, and this will be just another thing in our lifetime. I want to make everyone clear here. I follow the contract. I was instructed by the previous administration and this administration. When Mr. Tetro took over, he says, "Chief, I want you to follow the contract." All right? And they're right. Mr. Flato was right. Mr. Tetro was right. Follow the contract. I do follow the contract. I have slipped once in a while, and I had to settle grievances, and it cost me money. Not big money, but I had to pay because, I was wrong in a decision. Okay? But you learn by your mistakes, and it didn't happen again. My responsibility is to make sure our citizens are well taken care of and to keep them safe, and to make sure that my firefighters go home safe at the end of each shift. It's very important to me, and that's what I care about, okay? I have to live with myself. I did what was best for the department and the town to eliminate any problems, and that's why I did that. Now, just to let you know, in a coffee shop, I was approached by several RTM members, and one was pretty funny because it's sort of a higher up on your RTM, and he said to me,
An RRTM.
our RTM, okay, whoever voted for that contract? And I looked at the individual and I said, "You did." I didn't vote for it. Well, Monday morning I called Betsy Brown and he was a yes vote. So it satisfied myself, and there were several others. The RTM approved this contract. The contract was given to me, all right, by Human Resources, and I follow it. There's nothing in this for me making these transfers or trying to do something. There's nothing in for me. I got a letter from Steve Curry when he retired. I have it here. I have a letter that all parties agreed, from the senior man, Chavanillo, and all these red spots that you see are vacancies, and I have a minimum manpower clause that I have to fill. I had one shift without any officers working, and I had to make some fast move, and this was over the Christmas holidays. I had to cancel people in firefighters' vacations because I had to have some supervision here, assistant chiefs. And if I didn't, I'm not trying to be dramatic here, and we had a worker New Year's Eve day, night, there's possibility that we could have had some men seriously injured, because you have to have officers, and you're required by law to have a safety officer to make sure everyone gets out safe. And that's, I have to live with myself, and that's what I do. I have a department to run. I feel I run a good department. I feel I know what I'm doing, and I do feel, and I have to say, that I'm a good administrator. And I did say, when everyone renewed my contract, and I really mean this, and I'll say this to the Finance Board, if you don't think that I'm doing my job and I'm wasting the town's time, I will step down. Do I want to? No, I don't. I like what I do. I enjoy what I do, and I feel I'm doing a good job. I lived in town all my life, went to college, went in the Marine Corps, and I come back, and here I am. And I've worked many years for the town of Fairfield. And I hope to continue, not only working to the town of Fairfield, but when I finish, there's different boards. You'll see me around. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not one of these Florida and Arizona guys that want to move somewhere. I'm going to be around. Maybe I'll be sitting in your seat. Who knows where I'll be sitting. So, but.
About the Sandy and the test, because that's.
Oh, yes, that's
Now,
right. I'm sorry.
actually, I want to go, do we have any other questions, comments from board members on this topic? Mr. Brockville?
Sure. Chief, could I take you back just a couple minutes in your when you were discussing?
Yep.
You talked about, in general terms, you talked about the circumstances that were involved with the shifting around of fellas, the training situation, so Chavanello and Curry and,
Yep.
and Day, I think, are the three. And you described a very complex and intricate set of conversations about all sorts, you know, people signing off on this and that, and the union being in the room, and then there was a grievance, and there wasn't a grievance. What made those two moves so special and so potentially controversial that it would require that kind of
I
machinations?
think I answered it. There's a 10% increase, okay? You work steady days. You don't have to work weekends, nights, and holidays.
No, I mean, I understand.
Also get a vehicle.
No, I understand that. Well, actually, I don't understand that, but leave that part aside.
That's the way it is.
The truth is, I don't understand it. Listening to you, I don't see why someone who works days, I'm off topic here, would get paid more than somebody who's risking their life at 3 o'clock in the morning on a fire truck, but that's
I can
a whole different
explain
other-
that.
Yeah.
Because
okay.
one time in the fire marshal's office, we couldn't get anyone that wanted to work on the shift, because if you work days, you can't work overtime.
I thought you said that you can work overtime if you're on that job.
Nights, just nights.
Nights,
Can't
right.
work days, because you're already working.
Okay.
You're on a steady days. So the town, not the chief of the department, and not the Board of Fire Commissioners, all right, offered 10% more, because everyone was going to let their fire marshal certificate, and they had lawyers, lapse, so we wouldn't have any fire marshals. So the town is required to have fire marshals, or else we would have had to go onto the outside. Did it one time when we were in a jam, back when. It cost us $175 an hour to call in an outside fire marshal from the state.
Okay. Look, I actually respect totally your knowledge about this, so I won't delve into it. But going back, again, I'm still a little confused. I just want to hone in on one thing, if I could, which, again, is what was the cause for, maybe Mr. Popolo, you know, maybe you'd like to address this. What was the cause for this amount of conversation, this amount of concern, right? Because obviously, one of the reasons you had so many conversations and brought the union in and so forth was there was some concern over something. Somebody wasn't going to be happy
No,
with
I
this.
called all parties in. I like to make everyone aware of it. There's no secrets or backdoor.
No, I understand, but you didn't, I don't mean to interrupt you, but you didn't do these kind of conversations or meetings or consult with the union when you, you know, when there were other changes, right? People got promoted. more routine promotions, right? Where a job opened up because of a retirement and so forth, and then
All
somebody
of this, I notify the fire commission at our monthly meeting.
Right.
And I also notify the union. So there's no questions, oh, why is this, why is that, or anything else. Everyone is
No,
notified.
no, I understand that, but I guess what I'm honing in on is that there's what seemed, correct me if I'm wrong on all this.
Yeah, no,
It
no.
seems to me that there are relatively routine contractual changes, right, all the time, right? Somebody retires, somebody is out for 8 months and so forth, and you have to fill those spots, and there's a procedure for that. The most senior guy claims it, whatever it is. It all sounds reasonable. But it seems like there's two cases here that were sort of connected, where it was not by any means required or contractual or anything. I mean, you made a decision that somebody should get experience and so forth, and that other people should be brought in, and then they retired. But what is I'm just trying to understand, why was there so much conversation and meetings about it before you did it? What concerns did you have? Who was going to complain? Who was going to be angry that you felt the need to have this much conversation and consultation?
It was just really informing anyone, and we get controversies and agreements all the time with someone doesn't like this or like that, and, you know, there's 100 people there, and no one is really happy. And again, you know, Assistant Chief Tracy changed his mind. The senior man has right. He could have stayed down there for the next 2
So
years.
you say changed his mind. So Tracy was the one who initiated this? He's the one who said, I'd like to go back and
Yeah, yeah.
okay.
And a grievance was there, and I wanted to make the grievance go away because it would have cost us more money, and it wasn't necessary.
He initiated going back, is what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah.
Agreement.
And it was, you know, it was a
After.
surprise after the fact.
He didn't initiate the original transfer.
Chief just said he did.
No, he meant he initiated going back.
Going back.
Oh, going
Going back,
Oh, okay.
yeah, going back. And if I hope I answered your question, and just to answer this, we wouldn't even be sitting here tonight, all right? Because all of these positions would have been filled without going through all of this. I had an exam scheduled, okay? The day of Sandy, when we got hit that weekend.
What was that date?
What was the date on there? Do you remember? Mike, do you remember the date on there? 29th.
October 29th.
October 29th. That was the date the exam was going to be given. And I did tell Mr. Tetro at that time, just in discussion, and Mr. Mayor, that October 29th, we're giving an exam. By within 2 or 3 weeks, I'll have all these positions filled, period, amen.
Yeah, but Chief, the controversy stems from, and I want to go delicately here, the training positions.
Mm-hmm.
And the dates of those are prior to Sandy.
That it was, yes, but that
So Sandy
really,
had nothing to do with that.
that really would have ended, because once I when I gave that exam,
They were already retired.
no, Chavanillo wasn't.
Yeah.
He knew the exam was coming.
Retirement date.
He would have stayed where he is, and I had another, because of all these red marks, I had numerous other positions to fill.
No, I'm just saying the two training officer things were prior to Sandy.
In all the transfers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, the circumstances, that's when I was going to leave everyone where they are, and I'm not trying to hedge here, I'm trying to think back, believe me when I tell you that, because I had other positions to fill. Would I leave Tracy where he is on the line? Yes, but I had other positions to fill anyway with the exam. I could have left everything where it is.
I don't begrudge you that the exam complicates matters.
It would have been all over. And the exam, I already had the exams. I have oral boards the 24th and 25th of this month, okay?
Right.
By the second week in February, we'll have all these positions filled up.
So one of the things that brings up a good point. One of the things that happens is you get open positions. You have the contract that says the senior person will get that open position, right?
Unless,
One exception.
unless if there is a list.
Is there a list?
Which we should, no, we never had a list, and I suggested years ago, prior administration, let's keep a running list.
There's no list.
No,
There's no
and they
promotions
didn't
list.
want to spend the $18,000 to give another exam. And that's the way it is, so we didn't have a list. When all this started happening, when this cost of living came into it, if that cost of living didn't come into it in the contract, everybody would probably still be staying until June 30th when the contract came. And when they saw you were going after benefits in the contract, they were going to bail, which, you know, come on, let's make sense. If every one of us were there, you'd probably do the same thing if
Well,
I
that-
told
that-
you you were going to lose benefits.
A promotions list. There's not a promotions list, so it goes to the most seniors person.
There's no promotions
What the
list.
chief just said.
Right.
If there's no
But-
promotion
but
list.
There's no promotion list, but we have examinations for what?
For a promotion list, so I can, unless if you want to keep going through this.
So I'm still confused. There's
Okay.
no promotion list, but we're having examinations for a
Okay.
promotion list?
Okay, I'm giving an examinations.
Okay.
Okay? I have 5 openings for a lieutenant.
Yeah.
Okay? Right now, I'm putting provisionals in there, and they have the opportunity to retire if they want. Okay?
Yep.
Now, I have a promotional list,
What'd
which
you just say we didn't have?
about 90%, 95% on this promotional list, all the fellas are young. Because all the men with 30 and 40 years on are leaving. It's their time to leave. They have the opportunity now to leave because they don't want to lose the benefits that they do have.
So I'm a 10-year guy, I take an exam, I pass, I'm got on a promotion list that exists or doesn't exist, and a 30-year guy says, I want that job. He gets it.
No, that if you read the contract, in other words, if there's no promotional list, you go to the seniority. If there's a promotional list, the seniority has nothing to do with it.
Am I just missing, or is there?
No,
I'm confused.
Okay, so
Is there?
there's
is
no
there-
promotion list.
Right now, there's no promotion list in the
Okay.
Fairfield Fire Department.
So when I take an exam
Right, you come out number 1,
on,
lieutenant's exam.
I
Or
come out
assistant.
number, but I come out number 1 on a list that doesn't exist. Or are you creating a list?
We're creating a list.
Oh, okay. So
There's no list
so
now.
in anticipation of having a promotion list,
Right.
in future state, you're having exams.
Let's see if I can
Oh,
make this
okay.
clearer for you.
If we had a promotional list, it'd be filled
Yeah,
with the
I'm
promotion.
with you, because every fire
didn't
department
wanna
I've ever
spend
heard
them-
of always has promotion lists.
Right. The town didn't want to spend the money at that time.
Okay.
Not
you-
this administration.
Okay.
The previous administration.
So to remedy this problem going forward,
That's
there's
what
a
I'm trying to
so there's
do.
going to be a promotion list starting in,
Starting by February, I'll come in here, I'll have a promotion list, and we'll be talking about something else.
So there'll be a promotion list not only for lieutenants, but also for the assistant chiefs. So therefore, instead of having to go through this process, the person who's on the promotion list would be the first person selected.
got it.
It avoids this particular issue.
That will be the one piece of paper that the chief will use to move people into positions rather than seniority.
Right.
Exactly.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, I know, I agree.
And they start at the lowest pay. All of these promotions, they'll be starting at the lowest pay there is instead of the top pay. When they work overtime, they're getting the lowest pay of a new man, plus, all right, new men coming in only get 1 week's vacation, where these people are getting 4 weeks' vacation. So there's a big saving budget-wise. We're not talking about the pension, we're talking budget-wise. So I have 2 things to deal with, and mostly my budget, so I don't get beat up on that and trying to save money.
I'm going to go over to Mrs. Albin, who I know has a time commitment.
I'm just sorry, I had hoped we would have been further along in the
Yep.
agenda, and I had noted to the chairman, I'm sorry, I have to leave. I have an early appointment in D.C. tomorrow, so it's going to require that I leave at this time.
Thank you, Mrs. Albin.
I will be watching Fair TV to hear the rest of it.
Thank you, Mrs. Albin. Okay. Mr. Brown, did you have something?
Hey, Chief, just like to go back to kind of why we're here in the first place, which is, I mean, from what I'm hearing is you don't see any controversy at all. This is almost normal routine.
It's just that there's so many, and there's so many because the contract is ending and coming up. That's why we had the biggest.
Okay.
In my years, all right, as chief, this is the biggest out they had.
But it's not just the out. right, that we're talking about is the fact that there's two people that were in a position for less than a week in the same position. And one person was taken out of that position, right? So
Give
these two, and these
experience
two,
on the line, yes.
for experience on the line.
Yep.
These two filled it. One filled it, and then he retired. You said you can't get into it, but he had to go.
No, which
And
I
then
don't
another
want. I
guy-
hope you respect that.
Right, and another guy was in there for,
And that's when Tracy decided he wanted to go back into the training center, and he filed a grievance. And I wanted that grievance to go away. We didn't need the headaches. We didn't have to hire counsel. We didn't have, when I have a grievance, I have to call the men in, and I have to pay them minimum 4 hours.
okay.
Now, that grievance could have gone on and on and on and on.
So because of that grievance, what you're saying is that the second gentleman that was in the training officer's position said, you know what, I'm just going to retire.
Yes.
All right.
Curry.
And- Sorry?
Curry.
Curry.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is you didn't have any knowledge of their retirements when you put them in that position?
Did they come in and say, I'm retiring in 2 weeks to me? No. Could I
Well, that's
almost?
not what I'm asking you, but you didn't have any knowledge of their retirement whatsoever when you put them in that position?
When I say a retirement, Chavanillo at first, when he came in, says, I'll be staying until April 1st. All right, so that's 6, 7 months I would have had Assistant Chief Tracy on the line. I thought that was a good opportunity. All right, something came up and he retired. Okay, I had to bite the bullet on that one. So I had to fill that position right away. I filled it with Curry, and then because the grievance went in, Curry says, I'm out of here.
All right, so there was no,
No, there's no deals made, is what we're
No,
trying
not
to
deals,
get
but
down
there was
to.
no
I didn't make
knowledge.
any deals, and I think it'd be a little foolish on my part if
what do
I
you mean,
did.
what do you think I'm asking? What deals would you have made?
I'm sorry?
You said you didn't make any deals, and I wasn't
Well,
heading in
because
that
I've been
direction.
accused by members of deals were made. That's all I'm bringing up. Because if you look at the letter you got, it says in there that where deals were made between Tetro and Fellner. It's right in the letter. If you read, I think it's about the 4th paragraph down.
Let's,
You know, so I'm trying to clear that for you,
No, I
Jim.
wasn't
All right.
talking about deals.
no, I know you weren't. Continue.
No, I'm trying to explain some of you this anonymous letter that was out. Okay?
And I want to be careful on one thing.
Go ahead.
You referred to members, you've been accused by members. No one on this board has said anything like that.
Anything about deals?
There was a letter that said that.
I'm going to let it go away, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Well, not to my knowledge.
I don't think it's anything that's
Go
going to
ahead.
solve any
I guess
of
I
our-
just want
our
to, can I just ask
I
one?
just-
All right, go ahead, Mr. Stern.
Yeah.
Shouldn't this be discussed with the independent counsel?
Yes,
'Cause I'm getting a little nervous right now.
I agree.
Okay.
You're
Thank you.
getting nervous with my question?
No, I was getting nervous that how the chief responded to it
All I
and
want to
his
do is
thought.
go back to the original reason we were here, which was over
Could I-
3 positions, that's all.
Right.
And get the chiefs, before we close this out, just to get his statement on it.
Agreed.
Okay.
I agree.
Could I don't know if I'm finished, but you know, and I'm sorry if Mr. Tetro is not going to agree with me, we're going to hire independent counsel to tell us what we have to do. We know what we have to do, and that's going to cost us more money. All right? They're not going to change it because we can't change the contract in the middle of the ball game. So this contract is going to go till June 30th. So the independent counsel is going to come in and say, I think you should change the contract. And I don't know what that's going to cost us. I mean, we could figure that out, that we have to sit down and negotiating. And Mr. Bolito was, I believe you said, on the negotiating team there for a while?
He was a liaison.
I was a non-voting liaison for
We
a
talked
few
about
weeks.
that
Yes, we have.
the other day, but I didn't mean to bring that and throw a shot at you. So that's what they're going to tell you. I mean, I'll be the independent counsel. and
Thank you.
say- so.
At this point, we've been going on this for about 2 hours, a little over 2 hours. Does any member have a question, comment? Chief, I've allowed you the opportunity to speak to the board because I requested you come here, and I thank you for your time.
Okay.
Um,
I hope
I'll
I
do-
answered all your questions the best of my ability.
You answered all the questions that we asked verbally tonight, and thank you for that segue, because we did put a list of about 22 questions together that we put to the administration. And Mr. Tetro, since you are going about, I presume, after you discuss with your colleagues in the Board of Selectmen, going about hiring independent counsel, I would ask that you forward that counsel our list of questions, and to the extent that they could address those, and report back to us on this matter. The one thing we did not discuss tonight was the actuarial impact of this, and that's because, quite frankly, we don't have the actuaries present because it was short notice. But some of the things we'd like to know is, were the actuaries made aware of this policy? Are these calculations factored into the actuarial assumptions that go into the pension plan contributions that we're asked to make every year? And those are directly relevant to our fiduciary responsibility and our financial responsibility to the town. So we would like to get the actuarial understanding of these, and do they understand what's happened here? And if there's a revision that needs to be made, this board, I'm certain, would like to know of that revision sooner rather than later, if you don't mind. Chief, Mr. Popolowski, thank you for your time. I'm not going to leave this and say that I agree with everything that was said tonight, or that I agree with what's taken place. I am going to say I appreciate the opportunity to hear your side of the story and your reasoning, and I thank you for that. We look forward, I think, if I can speak on the behalf of my colleagues, to hearing what comes out of this review, this ongoing review. Mr. Popolowski, we look forward to hearing what comes back from the Fire Commission. And I think it'd be important, Mr. Tetro, to do this sooner rather than later than we have the budget process upon us shortly. So if we could arrange that with you, that'd be great. With that, are there any other questions, comments, or concerns, or did I leave anything out in terms of follow-up items on this? Anyone? All right, thank you. I'm going to ask for a 5-minute recess, then we'll come back in session. Thank you for those poor souls hardy enough to stay with us. I appreciate that. We warned those who were here up front that it was going to be a long meeting. So with that, we're on to item number 4 on our agenda, which is to hear, consider, and act upon a resolution appropriating $4,195,013 for the costs associated with the remediation of Osborne Hill Elementary School, relating to the discovery of PCB contamination at the school, and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation. I know Dr. Title is here. I know the First Selectman was here. I know Mr. Dwyer is here. Congratulations, sir, on your Board of Education chairmanship. And your first official act is to come and ask us for $4 million. Good luck with that. Hopefully this isn't the sign of things to come.
Right.
And to let you know that my mother did teach me patience.
So we've actually been here before and talked through the project expenses for the current year. I think we've had a couple meetings where you've seen this spreadsheet before on the expenses. So
Yep.
we're wrapping that piece up. We've sort of had an ongoing discussion, I think, since the summer. I do want to introduce Bill Silver here. He's the architect from Silver.
evening.
Yeah, and he's the author of the study you received. And we engaged his services because we needed a definite higher level of expertise to cost out our options for the windows and the gym full-scale remediation.
Dr. Title, first 2 questions for the architect. A, how long have you been here? And B, do you charge by the hour?
Just tonight, right?
That's right.
Okay.
We have a certain number of meetings in this contract, so we're using up a lot of them tonight.
Good.
We're not into overtime yet.
It's important you know your audience.
That's right. So the way this came about was that when we got to the end number, and we're very happy to report that our efforts to remediate the school have been successful, and that other than the gym, the school is fully operational now, which is a recent development. it was a very expensive and very difficult process. But by doing this and doing it over the summer, doing it rapidly, we were able to open the school and therefore save the town quite a bit in terms of expenses that we otherwise would have incurred for moving and rental and so forth. So the Board of Ed, at my request, passed a motion asking for a supplemental appropriation for the $820,613, because that's not something we can cover in our current year budget. When it went to the town, the First Selectman and Mr. Mayor determined that the best way to do this would be to bond it as part of a large package that included the full-scale remediation of the gym and the window replacement project. So we sort of hurried Bill along and said, we need the full number now. And I can't talk to the theory of the bonding concept. I'll let Mr. Mayor do that. But initially, we came forward looking for the operational costs, and this year that's our most critical need. But we do have the full-scale project. So that's why the two numbers are combined. So I think I'll just stop there and let people ask questions. I think this board's been pretty much aware of the ongoing expenses.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to walk us through the thought process, and then we can, having a full understanding, we can ask questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. As you all know, we all sat here over, the last several whiles, and this number's been growing. We're doing some testing, doing this, doing the, decontaminating, renting gyms, testing, and the number was ratcheting up. Got to be $820,000, and obviously which is a big number for the Board of Ed operation budget for sure, and a big number for the town operation budget as well. So when I first started looking at the expenses, like rental of a gym, for example, these did not appear to be capitalization type expenses.
Right.
But as the numbers started ratcheting up, I deemed it appropriate to at least do some investigation and some inquiry, and basically found out two things. One, that because the expenses were incurred in relation to a remediation effort and requirement, that any reasonable costs associated with that remediation would be IRS valid with respect to a capital bond action. So that was number one. Second thing I learned was that if you pass an authorization, you have a 60-day look-back window when you can capture any costs that were spent. I'm talking not incurred, but spent, dollars spent, which means obviously you go back a little further because they'd be incurred and then you'd pay them with an authorization. So, like for example, if this was to pass this board this evening and then pass the RTM later this month, then this authorization would be able to apply to expenses paid after approximately Thanksgiving. So that's what created the let's get it done now, let's get a number. As I continued, I further learned also that there's a further exemption if the that for preliminary costs associated with the project, you can get an exemption from the 60-day rule of 20% of the total cost of the project. So passing this resolution at this level, when you combine the exemption plus the 60-day look-back rule, would allow us to capture 100% of the prior costs within the bond resolution.
Is there any part of this that is reimbursable from any other entity?
It's my understanding that some is, but I'll let Dr. Tittle speak to that.
Yeah, we believe that this qualifies for the state reimbursement through the Bureau of School Facilities. We can capture the costs in the $3.3 million window and gym part by doing the normal application process, filing with the state, and going that route. Our reimbursement rate is 24% in that range. And we have been in touch with our state legislators And they are very amenable to, and there's provisions in the statutes to capture these prior costs under the indoor air quality statute, and they believe we could also recover the 25% of these costs. So we believe that while the state can always go in and ding you for things here and there, that this full project is eligible for state reimbursement as any other project would be.
Can you do the math for me? How much are you talking about? I know you threw around some figures there. What do you think is reimbursable?
So, you know, it depends on what they kick out, but $1 million out of the four would be probably in the
So about
range.
25%.
25%, 24%. They, maybe you can speak to the, they do exclude things in their own mysterious way, so I'll let Bill talk to that. That's the nominal rate is 24%.
The specific items that they will declare ineligible will be the half of the labor on the windows. So regardless of their environmental involvement, they always exclude half of the labor. So so that will automatically, but that's not even close to the $1 million. Anything that is, quote, repair or replacement that's not environmentally involved or abatement involved is also ineligible, and those would be very small items. So the most significant, easily identified item is the labor on the windows.
Is, I think, the 820 that we've already sunk into this, that's part of this bonding resolution, would some of that be eligible for reimbursement by being included in this bond?
That would be only if we get special legislation to permit it.
And is that what you've discussed with the?
The legislators are amenable to getting that through the legislature in this session.
And if we didn't do it through this mechanism?
It would not be eligible because we've spent it prior to going through the normal procedures.
So the only hope we have of doing it is to bond, of getting some reimbursement on that 820, is to include it in this bond?
It doesn't matter to the state whether you bond it or not.
It doesn't matter?
No.
Okay.
No. What matters to the state is, did you follow the procedures
Right.
for the reimbursement process?
Which we haven't to date.
Which we have not up to this moment for the 820.
Right.
Right? Because it was an emergency situation and they understand that. So you need then the legislature to go in and pass a provision in the school construction bill called the notwithstanding section of the school construction bill, in which they say something to the effect that, notwithstanding the fact that the town of Fairfield spent this $820,000 before we okayed it, we're still going to allow Bureau of School Facilities to process it. And this happens fairly often if there's a good reason for it.
Is there any questions, comments from board members? Mr. DeWitt?
Yeah, a couple. Thank you very much. This is a nice package. It kind of stands in its own, but I just have a couple quick questions. So there's, in the overall package, there's Scheme 1, Scheme 2, 2A. I gathered we're settling him on Scheme 1, right? And the total bond resolution is Scheme 1 plus the 820, right? Okay. On page 4, the kind of the overview says, for Scheme 1, the following plan identifies locations of windows and door repairs. It depicts windows and doors that we recommend be replaced immediately and ones that could remain or be further investigated. Except in all the schemes, the window number is the same. So I'm assuming you're replacing everything. Is that a correct assumption?
We are replacing all of the aged and inefficient windows. The other ones that are truly options are ones that we call young windows. Those are ones that if you have black and white copies, they don't show up as well. But there is a small portion of the windows that are young. They are energy efficient. They do not require replacement, but you could choose to replace them for aesthetic consistency for whatever reasons you may want. But we do not offer those for replacement.
Got it. So in the $4 million and change here, we're just replacing the non-young windows. Okay.
You can call those old, yes.
Before this whole PCB thing started, there was a window planned for Osborne Hill. Was it to replace non-young windows or all windows?
Right, the non-young windows.
Okay, so that hasn't changed.
Correct. And in fact, the figures on that came in very close to the number we started with.
It looked like the numbers, because
Yes.
I recalled some numbers that were
Correct.
basically like
That's
that.
Lost in the shuffle here.
Can I ask you a question, a follow-up? Or
Yeah,
Chris, are you
please.
in the middle of yours?
No, go ahead.
Would we have, if we decided, we're going to pull that out of here, we're not going to replace those windows, would we have additional remediation costs for not replacing them?
Well, go ahead.
Not,
Thumb chair, huh?
yes, not replacing which windows?
There's windows in here to be replaced, right?
Correct.
That's part of the whole thing. So if we said, you know what, do the remediation, get rid of the PCBs, but we don't want to pay 4-point-some million, I'm not saying I'm doing that, or
Yeah.
but I'm saying, would there be additional remediation costs?
By leaving the windows in place?
Yes, in other words, would you have to treat around those windows or anything like that?
No. Yeah, you do not, if you are not disturbing your PCBs or your hazardous materials,
windows.
you're not obligated to touch them.
That's funny, because that was my next question.
I'm sorry.
If we didn't do the windows, is there still,
We'd still have to fix everything else.
right? But are the young windows potentially in that same situation that someday they may have to be remediated? Or are they young enough that this PCB isn't an issue?
Young enough that they are likely not involved with PCB issues, and they are on the exterior. Most of the sealants are on the exterior, so they are atmospheric and therefore very low risk, even if they were. But they are of a different generation, therefore they don't have the same profile risk associated with them.
Got it. And I know we haven't gotten into time frame yet, but I'm assuming the windows could be done separately from the gym's a big deal, right? Would the windows be phased first, or?
Not likely. Windows have a long lead time. And to answer your core question, yes, they can be phased differently. They are disassociated one from another. However, your construction contract, your bidding, does capitalize on them being bid together.
Got it. Okay, great, thank you.
Mr. Stone?
I didn't see this anywhere, maybe it's not in the bonding, but are the window treatments in here? Because they have to be replaced too, I imagine they won't fit.
Yes, you're right. We didn't itemize down to that detail, but window treatments always go with the windows. And window treatments is another category that is never reimbursable. So even if they were involved with PCBs, unless we could prove that they represented a high risk, they would declassify that, and that's virtually $10,000 to $15,000.
Mr. Bolito?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I like the classification as non-young. I'm going to have to tell people I'm non-young from now on instead of old. Refresh my recollection, Dr. Tittle, because I know we touched on this the last time we discussed Osborne Hill. How much of this is being driven by EPA mandates, saying the government saying you have to do this, you have no choice but to do this?
Right. So when we proposed the window project,
Right.
one of the requirements is that we test for lead, asbestos, PCBs. Right? That's in the EPA. The testing, as we heard from the consultants that are looking at the rest of the district, the requirement to test for PCBs is relatively new. Once you test and find, you need to remediate them.
Right.
All right? So that's the mandate. Now, the easiest way, the most efficient way, and the cleanest way to remediate them, obviously, in the windows is to replace them.
Right.
So the issue that you get, and this will be a case with option one, and Bill talks about it in here, is that if you don't do new, then you are committing to an ongoing testing program at an ongoing cost to your budget to prove to the EPA that your corrective measures have held. Right? So quarterly testing of these continues, and it's pinged in, Bill references it in there in terms of the gym because, for example, we've addressed the PCB issue on a temporary basis for this year, but the EPA required that we do quarterly testing of those surfaces, even though we remediated them, because we didn't do a permanent fix.
Right.
And so that's another big advantage to doing the windows, other than all the other reasons we had for doing the windows in the first place, is that once you do that, you don't have to worry about spending 20, 30, 40 grand on ongoing quarterly testing and potential remediation measures that result from that.
So basically what you're saying is the remediation is required.
Correct.
You could do replacing the caulking, but that's going to be, in the long term, cost more money to the town because of the fact that you didn't put new windows in, whereas if you put new windows in, the EPA is not going to come knocking anymore.
That's it. That solves the problem. If we say to the EPA, our solution to the PCB problem in the windows at Osborne Hill is we're replacing the windows, they will love us and leave us alone.
So
in
there's
my
no ongoing
opinion.
cost, no ongoing testing,
Right.
no ongoing anything.
I don't know, you want to render a judgment on that?
Yeah.
He'll qualify that.
I'm sure, that's okay.
Statement.
While the windows are usually very easily remediated and PCBs are removed because they are bound in those sealants,
Right.
the other complication that you have at the school is your paint. On 50,000 square feet of interior masonry is PCB bound. It has containing. And we can remove the paint, but it is highly likely that that paint has migrated into the masonry. We showed you a Scheme 2A, an extreme cost of removing all those masonry walls. And that is extraordinary for any town in this state to consider removing your main corridor-defining fire safety walls just in the name of PCBs, and there the EPA has rolled back their stringent requirements and allows you to, one, get rid of the superficial paint, which is containing the lion's share of the PCBs, but whatever remains in the masonry, they then allow to remain as long as it's encapsulated with usually an epoxy paint. It has been allowed at Weston and other schools as the EPA goes through this new regimen since 2010, and that's what we're proposing in Scheme 1, is to abate the lion's share of the PCBs, but we are confident that some will remain in the masonry and it will be encapsulated. It will still require a limited amount of IMMT, or the intermediate monitoring process of probably less than $20,000 per year, but that will be the continued process for now until the EPA changes their rules again, and we never know when that's going to happen.
You mentioned $20,000 per year on the intermediate testing for the paint and the walls, correct? I know it's a ballpark, I get it.
Anything, yes.
Can you give me a ballpark on what the cost of the testing would be if we didn't replace the windows, if we just went after the sealant and the caulking? Ballpark. I'm not holding,
If
not
you
gonna hold
didn't
you to it.
replace the windows. The windows literally don't contain the PCB, so the cost would remain the same.
So you're talking 20,000 either way because you're getting intermediate testing?
Yes, because it's not just your windows that are your PCB source or the sealants around the windows, it's your paint on those interior walls.
The other argument falls apart, though.
So any way you slice it, whether you're putting new windows in or not, you're talking about $20,000 a year in testing. For how long in the future? Until the EPA changes their rules again, basically?
Exactly, yes.
It was kind of a who's on first moment.
Wasn't it, though? Thank you.
All right, what's the next
The
question?
metal doesn't.
What, I'll go to myself then.
Sealants do.
How much of this $4.5 million, or $4.2 million worth of expense is due to EPA remediation that we need to do? In other words, I'm trying to get a handle on it. If we didn't have this, how much are we being forced to do because of EPA guidelines versus improving the school for other reasons? What I'm getting to, Dr. Tyler, you came before us a couple years ago at this point regarding the windows.
Right.
And we had a massive presentation regarding those windows. Pictures, the whole 9 yards as to how bad these windows were.
Right.
Discussions on how bad they were in the kindergarten, right? And it was obviously there was a lot of problems there. Increased maintenance costs. And then when you actually did further due diligence to get ready for the project, to provide answers to us, you came across this PCB issue, everything got put on hold, and now you're back saying, by the way, this project, I remember $1.2 million or so, was that the number?
Yeah, it was in that vicinity. That was the windows alone.
Right.
Right.
And then all of a
Right.
sudden now it's, so I'm
Right,
just
it's-
trying to figure out,
So, yeah, I mean, the big thing is we never anticipated doing any work in the gym or the stone floor or any of that. That whole part of it was completely unanticipated.
So if you look at your spreadsheet for scheme number 1, the items which are not prompted by EPA are the items 2, 3, and 4, which are the new windows, the enclosed walkway, and the new exterior door and hardware. Those are not prompted
I'm
by
trying to find that in my paperwork, forgive me, it got
EPA rules.
confused in the last,
It's right after page 10.
Plan, and what page, I'm sorry?
It's right after page 10, the the text, page 10, it's called Scheme 1.
Yeah.
But if you find a diagram that says Scheme 2, then it's 2 pages after that.
The sealant, that's correct, yeah. I will, yeah.
I want to clarify this window PCB thing, because we do have the Fuss and O'Neill report, and it does show PCBs in the window sealant and caulking. That's there, and that has to be remediated.
Yeah, no, we got
Well,
Okay.
And that was part of my original
Right.
question, is if you elected not to do the windows.
Right. We got to do something with that.
I'm assuming there's an incremental cost
Right.
to remediate it. I mean, that's what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah.
Okay, I misunderstood your question.
I'm trying to
Right.
get to the,
Right.
what do we have to do? What is the cost to appropriately remediate this according to the EPA versus the incremental cost to get new windows as well as remediate?
So, to answer your question, I believe the non-EPA related costs are approximately $1 million. But that $1 million, a significant share represents energy conservation. You're eliminating single glazed windows that are just an energy hog.
How much are we going to save per year by doing that?
Window replacements to the type that are usually specified usually pay themselves back in 7 to 10 years. They will pay for themselves in that short a time. And they will last 20, and you've seen school systems where they last 40 years
How old are the current windows that are in that building?
from the original construction, the 50s.
Yeah.
That's how it started.
Well,
Right.
Questions? Other questions from board members on this item? Mr. Bolito?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, we got to deal with the PCB remediation. Here's my concern. Under normal circumstances, replacing the windows makes sense for all the reasons you've talked about tonight. What I'm concerned about is looking at the big picture. When we have Riverfield coming up, there are other schools that have other needs, and I just want to get a sense of, in the pecking order, in the priority chain, understanding that this was on the table once before, and when everything went wrong. Is it still such a priority that those resources can't be or shouldn't be allocated to other schools or other projects right now? In other words, is this something that could wait if we needed it to, or is it something that really needs to be done right now?
My opinion is I think this really needs to be done right now. I think we need to address this PCB issue. I think we need to address the window issue. We've got to get this gym back in shape. We owe the EPA a plan on how we're going to deal with it.
Right.
And I think that if that means down the road, and when we look at the capital planning workshop in February, and we look at the whole scheme of things, you know, we have to look at future projects and how we space things out. But to me, this is very important. That would be my personal opinion.
No, I understand. I appreciate that. The only reason, Mr. Dwyer, please. Thank you.
Only in that I think our board advanced the project originally.
Yes.
Because they felt it was a high priority, and the fact that we've now found PCBs there, I think would just increase their belief that it would be a high priority. And they are cognizant of the economic times that we are in, and at the capital planning project, as Dr. Title mentioned, we're going to be taking that into account when we look at what else we
Right.
can move forward and what else we can't.
And see, that's the unfortunate thing about the fact that for various reasons, Hurricane Sandy being chief among them, that, you know, our capital planning workshop got bumped, because normally we do it, you know, in August when things are kind of slow. And that would be helpful to have that piece of the picture, because I'm just wondering what's going to get bumped because we're doing all this. You know, what project, what other school is going to get bumped off the list or way down the list because this is getting done? That's my concern.
I'm sure that that will be an interesting and lively conversation at our Board of Ed meetings, as well as other town bodies.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Brockfeld.
Good evening. So I'm just going back to, so what you were saying, Dr. Title, and other, about $1 million is the incremental cost if we include replacing the windows. One of you guys, I think, said that. Is that I'm just trying to get a guess.
$1 million is the non-EPA linked improvements in this total number.
Can I translate that to be the new windows?
The lion's share, although there is the enclosed walkway that's not mandated by the EPA.
Okay. And so, there's a lot of paperwork. So the walkway is about 70,000, it says here?
Correct.
So, okay, so almost all of it is the windows.
Correct. Yes.
And so the next question, I guess, would be, are there big economies of scale to doing the windows now as opposed to what some of my colleagues are just introducing as a possibility, which would be holding off on the windows? In other words, is it, I'm trying to get to an answer where I can support the windows. So is it from a financial point of view, if we think that these 50, 60-year-old windows are on their way out no matter what, are there economies of scale involved in the project being done now that if the windows are included in the project, it will be cheaper because guys are already there working and cement is on site and so forth, versus coming back to them 3 years later and then having a whole new crew come on with machinery and so forth? You know what I'm trying to?
Yes, your labor is only a very small part of it. With windows, the lion's share is the aluminum cost. And most towns generally take the aluminum or the cost now while they know them before the fear of escalation creeps in, and none of us can predict what that is 3 years from now in that example, for instance. So besides the energy losses that you continue to pay for, you have predictable metal costs that drive the aluminum windows that are generally used in windows in construction today. So there is no real benefit in deferring it into the unknown cost, construction cost realm.
Okay. So what you're saying basically is you bring up a good point, which is that there's an energy savings off the bat. So a couple of years would theoretically cost us money, theoretically. But you're saying there isn't really an economy of scale from a labor point of view.
Not really, because the window trades are totally different than those that would work in the gymnasium or on the paint
So
on the
either way,
walls.
they'd be coming on to do this work.
Correct.
Right. I guess there's a nuisance factor, though, right? I mean, it is a pain. Having guys in can never be a pleasant.
Well, the window projects are only done in the summer. I mean, there's no way to do these while the building is occupied. The only thing we talked about in terms of economy of scale way back, like a year ago, was could we combine this with a Ludlow window project? And that's coming, we're getting figures on that fairly soon as well. So that's a possibility if you want to even, entertain that. But that's perhaps a, bulk purchase of windows, conceivably could save the town some money if we're going to do that as well. That project's been kicking around for 10 years.
How do we incent that to happen?
We are very close to having figures from Mr. Silver on that project, and we didn't want to hit you with it all at once. But these projects can work in parallel if the town chooses to do it. They're on a time schedule so that we could do that. You don't have to incent it; it's happening. You incented it last year, I think.
It doesn't sound, based on the answers to the previous question, to me that would be really a cost save. It doesn't sound like there's any economies of scale.
Well, I think they thought there were because it'd
No,
be the same trades, right?
Right, no, I hear you.
Bigger-
Yeah.
It'd be a bigger contract for them, so theoretically you get a volume discount, right?
And just one other quick, I'm sorry, on this, what is AE construction design? Am I missing A/E? What is
Architecture and engineering.
Architecture engineering, okay.
Yep.
Okay, is that an actual $133,000? Is that an actual like hourly billing, or is that like a standard percentage?
No, at this point, it's based on percentage of construction cost. It's a placeholder, and that when the building committee is formed and they seek proposals, they will get more finite numbers and very likely much better than that number.
So you're being conservative, so that we won't have, you're being conservative, we won't have nasty
Yes,
surprises.
it's
there.
conservative, yes.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else?
Yeah, Mr. Belito.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When we look at these school projects, I know one of the things that's come up with other renovations and things that we've done is we kind of ask the question, all right, is this school done? Now, we know that, there's always maintenance and renovations and stuff. If we do all this, Is Osborne Hill done?
No. You know, a year ago, this board had a similar conversation.
Yeah.
Do you put everything but the kitchen sink into a project, have a number that is very difficult to swallow, but be able to say, and it's done,
Right.
knowing full well that old buildings always become undone as soon as you finish them
Sure.
because something breaks. And for the most part, I think other opinions have been, we can't afford everything at once, so let's do this in phases. And then the third thing that happens is sometimes people don't remember we agreed to do it in phases, and they say, I thought we just put money into that school.
Well, that's why we have a long-range facilities plan.
So,
Right.
So,
Right.
and so that is a decent question that the board faces and that all four boards in town face. Do you do the whole project at once, or do you do it in phases because it's more affordable that way?
And keep in mind that we might have different definitions of done, because
Right.
the building's never really
Right.
done unless it's brand new. What I'm saying is, we have the space now to accommodate the number of kids who go to that school, and we're hoping that by doing this remediation, it'll be safe for them because the PCBs will be eliminated. And the windows will be more energy efficient, which conceivably means more cost savings for the town with respect to that building. You know, that's getting closer to done. Understanding that not everything on the wish list is going to be done. But, you know, what I kind of use as a barometer is, you know, I got 3 children, 2 of which are either have gone through or are in public school, and one who's going in pretty soon. Do I feel comfortable with them going to that school? Is there anything I need to worry about? And if I could say that we don't need to worry about Osborne Hill, maybe it's not done, but we don't need to worry about it, you know, that's something to be said.
Well, this did not start out as a project
We know.
of a capital project. This was a capital non-recurring under, right? This started out as a small, let's get the windows fixed project. This was never intended to be the done project for Osborne Hill. It just grew into a bigger number where you like to say it, but there are other elements of the school that need to be improved. We have a deficiency report that lays that out. When and how and will those happen is undetermined at this point. But there were other improvements to Osborne Hill in the long-range facilities plan, but they're not part of this at all, and they were never intended to be.
Understood.
Right. Following up on that question, with the exception of the PCB remediation elements of this, is this project exactly the project that was brought before us a year and a half ago related to Osborne Hill?
I think the only exception is what Mr. Silver talked about, which was enclosing the walkway.
Talk to me about that briefly, because I
Right.
thought that was the exception. I want to know
Right.
why.
Right.
and
You
what's
can
going on there.
just, you want to briefly mention why we put it in there, and then I think that some of the recent events in terms of security sort of heightened that for us. So,
I thought there was actually a problem with doing an enclosed walkway.
There are code challenges that go with it, but the benefits far outweigh any challenges that we architects and engineers have to work our way through with the fire marshal and the building officials. And certainly, the weather protection was the first reason for doing it. Many of your portables or your remote buildings annexes have that configuration, and it is miserable in making the commute. It does truncate communications to a degree, and movement and utilization of those spaces if it is not comfortable making the trek out to them. Putting the enclosures in, while they are a bit of a code challenge to make sure, one, we are still providing life safety, but number two, that we're still keeping the original schools structurally separate and fire separate from the annexes, which are largely wood structures, is part of the code research that goes into that number that you see, that 70,000. So for instance, while we'll be enclosing the walkways and putting in egress doors directly from those walkways to the exterior, not just between the two spaces, we're also going to be making sure that the doors at the walkway thresholds now are not just exterior doors, they are now fire separation doors, because we've created those interior corridor ways with those walkways. Obviously, the other benefit is that the children being enclosed in the walkways, they're directed, they're controlled, and they are separate from the public that can be almost anywhere around the building. So there are so many more benefits that caused this to be proposed, and especially since you have a large trade work with all your aluminum and window work on your windows, this is very easy for the trade to continue to do the walkways.
Do you have any questions or comments on that? Please.
We had this discussion on Sherman School about an enclosed walkway. And the big deal, I remember, is that, looking at your sketch, right?
Yes.
Forget the gymnasium area, completely going to be new. But we are going to break into an area of the school that we wouldn't normally be touching. And doesn't that increase your risk of lead, PCBs, and asbestos, like everything else, right?
No, the break-in is minor because those doors that we are touching or affecting are going to be removed as part of the window and door replacement project
Oh,
anyway.
okay.
Okay.
So that's covered in your remediation cost for the
Yes,
doors,
it
right?
is,
Oh,
yes.
so, okay.
And we just now have to make sure that the doors that we're replacing aren't just exterior doors, but fire separation doors. A minor, small upcharge, but it's all part of the deliberations with not only the local officials, building and fire, but also the Bureau of School Facilities. They will make us toe the line.
Great, thank you, Doris.
Any other questions, comments, Mr. Belito?
One last one, please. Thank you. I may have missed this because I came in a little bit after you started, but you have the different schemes that you're calling them. Which one are we going with, or is that to be determined?
This funds Scheme 1, the least
Scheme 1.
expensive option.
All right, thank you.
Mary? Mrs. Leclerc?
That's okay.
been
The
a late
doors are a new part of the project. They weren't part of the window project to begin with.
I thought I remembered those being part of it.
Doors quite often, doors are as another one of the ineligibles that the Bureau of School Facilities won't unless they are abatement involved. In this case, they are. So there's a degree of reimbursement they will grant. Doors almost automatically, because they have side lights, are almost always replaced as part of window replacement projects. And while we're doing it, we're improving the security of the school with the new hardware and obviously hardware advancements that happen post-Columbine, and certainly any other input that we're getting even now with new security guidelines that we're receiving.
I was going to ask that. You are receiving new security guidelines?
Yeah, they're guidelines that have existed since the 60s, and it's called SEPTA, and essentially it deals with environmental or architectural passive security guidelines. We've known about them. Most school systems and clients don't care to implement many of them because they are expensive, but they are ones which the recent, yesterday, symposium at the state essentially was advancing as a guideline, but not a rule, not a regulation for all of us to be aware of as we are doing our design work.
Okay. Any other questions, comments, concerns on this item? Yes, Mary?
Okay.
Mrs. Leclerc?
Okay.
Twice.
There's nothing that ties me back to the bond resolution amount. Is it this schedule that we're talking about, the Scheme 1 plus the total of these, and that gets you to the number?
It should be a Scheme 1 plus the
820.
spreadsheet. Right.
Okay. And is this all inclusive of the PCB project? Like everything, all expenses are included on the spreadsheet?
Yes.
Okay. So nothing's come out of your operating budget for it, or if we approve this, nothing will?
If you approve this, nothing will.
Okay. And all of these items are bondable, like they're I
I've
guess you said
reviewed
they
it
were
all with
IRS.
bond counsel.
What?
All reviewed with bond counsel
Okay.
and approved.
We don't have bond counsel here this evening, right?
No. Do you want him here?
In the future, could we have them here when we go through bonding resolutions? That was something we asked for. You weren't in the position at the time, and maybe we didn't make it clear again, but we did ask for bond counsel to be here when we went through bonding resolutions due to some of the issues we had previously. So, okay.
Seems like an extra expense, but sure.
When we're dealing with $5 million, we're,
When I, can I
Right.
put that in the Board of Finance budget for next year?
absolutely. I can cut that budget just like we cut the other. Mr. DeWitt, go right ahead. Okay, anybody else? Mrs. Leclerc, please.
I just want to.
Absolutely.
Does everything included will have a life or a value for like the next 20 years? Is that?
Everything will either have a life or value for the appropriate period of time, or it is an associated cost with respect to the remediation effort.
Right. In other words, the cost of the,
Of like installation or
well, the
I mean,
cost
like-
of the
Testing.
gym, the incremental cost of the
gym
gym
rental.
that you're renting, the facility that
Right.
you're renting, is included here.
Right.
Yes.
And the point that Mrs. Leclerc is raising is that doesn't have a
It is
long-term
necessary.
value, but it was necessary to the
It's
project.
definitely, as a standalone item, it would not be a capital item, but it is a capital item because the rental was necessary because of the contaminants.
To facilitate the project.
but I guess what I'm trying to rationalize in my mind is whether it should be a budget item that should come out of their maintenance budget, or is there a reason for including it here that we could get reimbursed by the state, or that
It's included here because it is part of the overall project. It is part of the, it is required as a direct result of the contamination. And this project is the funding for the remediation to handle the contamination combined with some new windows.
all right.
No, I understand Mrs. Leclerc's concern with it. I mean, it was a question, and Mr. Mayor, go through a little bit your discussion with the IRS on it, or your fact-finding about the regulations on capital items that you referred to before, because it is a legitimate.
No, I mean, the one item that basically sticks out, at least stuck out to me, was I think it's about, I haven't looked at the schedule for a while, I think it's like $20,000 for laptops. So that was specifically discussed with bond counsel. And the requirement for the laptops, is Dr. Kaito can address better than I can, but the area where the computer lab was contaminated. They couldn't use those laptops, or they couldn't use those computers. So to have the computer lab required buying laptops and putting them on a cart. So that item becomes, even though it's a laptop, that item becomes properly part of the remediation project and therefore properly capitalizable.
Yeah,
What happened to those laptops?
We have them. We're using them.
Thought you weren't allowed to use them.
What do you mean?
These are the new laptops.
We purchased laptops.
What do you do with the old laptops?
There were computers that were within the contamination zone that subsequent to our cleaning have now tested clean and are now back and being used.
So I assume you're not, what are you doing with the new laptops that you bought?
So we're continuing to use them because as part of our capital project, we were planning to buy laptop carts at the elementary school, so we have them.
Oh, so there's a reduction.
Correct. It's a savings. And the state will reimburse us for this.
but
The state will pay 24% of it.
Yeah, please.
that goes back to our old school building argument that we really don't want to bond furniture and computer equipment,
Right.
and it shouldn't be part of a bond. It should be part of your general budget or non-recurring. It,
So just to be clear, we didn't ask for it to be bonded. Okay? We're just saying we want to be made whole for the costs. Right? So I can't defend bonding these items, and that's a discussion at a
and
higher
the
level as to
other-
how you want to fund it.
Right.
Other piece is if we're reducing the budget because now they don't have to buy laptops, shouldn't it be part of their budget?
It's a valid point.
So-
Are the, I'm sorry, Mary.
No, join the discussion.
Are
I
these,
mean-
I guess it's to Bob, are these, or to you guys, is the reimbursement aspect of the laptops, the 24%, is that because they're being bonded, or is that irrelevant to the?
It's all part of the project that
No, I
we submit to
understand.
the state.
Right, but you said earlier, the state doesn't care if it's bonded or not.
That's right, they don't.
You
So,
would still submit it whether we bond it or
Correct.
not.
right,
That's correct.
right. So I guess Mary is bringing up a good point. And it's not a huge number in the big picture, but why are those then as part of the bonding?
I mean, obviously, it's a pleasure of the board to do whatever they choose to do with respect to this. But from my perspective, it's an event. It was an unforeseeable event. It has each item in there, $10,000 here, $20,000 there, individually is, I won't say immaterial, but not significant with respect to the individual budgets. But when it adds up to $820,000, that is a big number for either the town or the Board of Ed to take out of their operating budget for the year. So it makes sense to take it, since they are bondable, based upon the fact that they are part of the major project, it seemed appropriate to develop a bond resolution that includes it. Obviously, this board can reduce that by any amount they choose.
So you've been on the board, Mr. Mayor, you were on this board twice, I guess. So you know that there was a lot of discussion back and forth and policies written about technology and bonding and not bonding, right? So what you're saying, if I can speak for you, is that, or I think what you're saying, is that you don't think this necessarily violates that policy that we have. Do you think this is a special case? And in other words, you're not advocating bonding technology in general. You're just saying because of the circumstances with the contamination and so forth, that you think this is one time it makes sense to be in the bond. Is that what you're?
Well said, yes.
Okay.
Mrs. Leclerc, anything else on that item, just before I go?
I'm still thinking about it.
Okay. So let me,
Go
I
on.
think it's a very valid point, and it's something I think many of us wrestled with, and in fact, Mr. Mayor and I discussed previously. We didn't come to a resolution. I just raised a question regarding some of the things that were included in the bond, right?
We spoke about this actually before the concept of bonding it came up.
Right.
Where we both were looking at the items and say, these don't seem to be bondable.
Exactly, exactly. And so, in that conversation, I want to reiterate that here. The options we have are limited on this item. Number one, in fairness to the Board of Education and Dr. Title, they've been very upfront with the costs they've been incurring. I'm specifically referring to the $820,000 since this was brought to our attention last August. And we've had repeated discussions, and Dr. Title has repeatedly said to us, I'm going to need your help. I'm going to have to come to you. I don't have this in my budget, but this is an emergency circumstance, and we need to incur these costs, right? So we've got that part of it. But then we say, okay, where are we going to get it? And there's only, we can bond it, whether it's a 20-year bond, whether it's a 5-year bond for part of it for the life of some of these items, right? That would be our pleasure. Or the next item would be, we'd have to appropriate the funds out of somewhere else in the budget, right?
Correct.
Where else would that be? What are our options there? Or if we don't have anywhere to appropriate out of, our next option would have to be taken out of fund balance, right? I'm just processing it.
Correct.
Okay.
The-
So where are our options otherwise?
The town held a bond sale in July.
Right.
The town realized $2.9 million bond premium.
Right.
Okay. The town has not made a decision exactly how to allocate that $2.9 million. Currently, it is residing in the debt service account
Right.
to be used for the purpose of paying down the debt service. It has to be used for paying down the debt service, but it can take the place of other debt service money that was budgeted.
Right.
Okay. So you could say that that $2.9 million that you could save on debt service could be utilized for that. And plus, there's been a couple of other revenue favorable variances this year. However, we also have, as this board knows from an executive session that was held earlier this year, a significant potential obligation. We have FEMA, which we'll talk about later. We have, a couple of other items to clean up the books that, probably total $300,000-$400,000. And we have the, if you remember, one of the adjustments that was brought to this board to clean up the accounting was the matching of revenues and expenses to eliminate the 60-day rule. So that's a little over $1 million. So if you add all that up, it well utilizes the $2.9 million. Additionally, it's nice, in my mind, to have the flexibility. The actual unassigned balance to budget number for June 30/11 was 5.12%. The actual for 6/30/12 is 5.26%, so that improved. The estimated, based upon the current budget and the $500,000 addition to surplus that was included in this year's budget, would be would end up in a reduction in that ratio from 5.26% to 5.24%, whereas, as we all know, we're trying to get it up higher. So the money is there to utilize, but if it is utilized, then the funds will not be available potentially for the other issues, the FEMA, the 60-day rule, the contractual obligations, and improving fund balance.
And there's a certain amount of time sensitivity to this, per your earlier comments regarding the monies having been spent and us having to have a look back of 60 days in order to do that.
Correct.
Any other thoughts on this item, because it is a worthwhile discussion point? Mr. DeWitt?
No,
Something else related to this?
resolution.
Yeah. I'll come right back to it. Anybody else on this item? Mrs. Leclerc, any follow-ups on this item?
No.
It sounds like our options are somewhat limited, though the
Right.
point is very valid. Yeah. Mr. Bolito?
Question, I guess, for Mr. Mayor. Obviously, part of what we're struggling with is the items that typically wouldn't be bonded but are included in this resolution because of the exigent circumstances here. Is there any disadvantage to separating out those items such as the technology and making that part of a shorter-term bond to get it in line with what its useful life is, and then bonding the lion's share of the project, the remediation, the renovations, as part of a longer-term bond?
Yes, Mr. Bolito. The bond authorization document calls for bonding up to 20 years.
Right.
So that means, and normally the bonds are sold in increments.
Okay.
So the direct answer and the quick answer is yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I don't understand that. Yes or what?
Yes, we can bond it in different increments.
Right. So we could change the resolution and say, if we so chose, take the 820,000, which you could argue does not have a 20-year useful life, say those costs have a 5-year useful.
Yes, you could be specific with respect to, and if we had bond counsel here, he might be able to help us with the language.
That's what I was thinking.
You're very fair. Right, but we could take the 820 and say, do it up to 5 years.
Yes, sir.
And we can take the remainder and say, do that for 20 years. The concept being that the 820 has a much less useful life.
Yes, also remember, though, just generally speaking, 20-year, when the town bonds things, even the 20-year bond, they are generally incremental bonds. They're not fully 20 years. Principal becomes due
Over the increment, right.
over the
Right,
life of
but
the
you're
bond.
paying it off over 20 years. Absolutely, I understand exactly.
Some of the principal you're paying off.
Right.
Specific, people buy specific tranches that mature
Right.
earlier.
Thank you. Mr. Leclerc, anything else on that?
Well,
Or
I like
Mr. Bolito?
I like that idea of doing the 2 terms because laptops are going to last, I don't know, 3 to 5 years, and I don't want to be paying for them in 20 years.
If I could impose upon you to go through that quickly while we're here and come up with a number that you might feel comfortable
Well,
with. To
I
propose
was
something.
thinking there's like 50,000 that's really like equipment kind of things. And then there's probably like another 100,000 that is the gym. But that's just quick eyeballing things.
Could you go through a little bit more, because that's probably too small an amount too, Mr.
Tom?
Mayor, correct?
Oh,
Yeah.
Or do-
I kind of, I'm moving in Mrs. Clark's direction. I think the easiest way to do it and the most logical way to do it would be to look at it as the 820
I agree.
figure, because I
Quite
think
possible.
that it's hard to argue that 820 is a
20-year.
20-year, I mean, it's not really in anything, actually. It's fixing something that we have to fix, and we've all acknowledged we need to pay for it. And I think rather than send Mary on a fishing expedition to find 118,000, I'm just saying I think the 820 makes sense. I think presented to the public, I think that it's a logical way to finance the project that's more in line with the philosophy that we've laid out.
Quite frankly, I didn't know whether people were going to go for more than the 820 if they went line by line.
Right, okay. I mean, I
That's what
didn't
I'm
even think of
worried
it in those terms. But I mean, the rest of it is windows and stuff that seems to be
You would
more of a,
think.
hopefully, 40 or 50-year project, as the gentleman said, and yeah.
Yeah, I got to go to Mr.
Okay,
DeWitt,
please.
and then I'll go back to you. Mr. DeWitt?
Question on the resolution. I'm looking at we have 3 resolutions in front of us tonight. One looks different than the other. So if you're look at the one we're talking about, the $4 million, number 9, regarding MSRB.
Right.
My first question is, the first selectman, director of finance and town treasurer, everywhere else on here it says the the first selectman and treasurer or fiscal officer. So why is that one statement different than every other statement in this document? And curiously enough, that number 9 is not in our next $837,000 bond resolution. Nor is the lengthy description of number 11. It's much abbreviated in the other resolution. I'm just curious why they're different.
Well, I think your first question, if you say and/or, I think kind of means the same thing. With respect...
And or, really?
Yeah, say Bob may do it, Chris may do it, or Jim may do it.
No, this says...
Bob and may do it, and
This says
Chris may do it.
Mike,
Yeah, I'm just...
whoever the town
just-
treasurer is, and you have to do it.
Are each authorized?
No, our
No, they don't all
funding.
have to do it, just that they're all, they're all
Okay.
each authorized.
There's no MSRB
Yeah, I don't,
statement in the 837 bond, which is a little...
I guess we need to know what your actual title is, because in some places
It's
it
fiscal
says
officer.
fiscal officer.
That's my point, right.
And some places
Yeah,
it
fiscal
says
officer is
finance
correct.
director.
Yeah, this says director of finance, which is
I'm
incorrect.
I'm not
right?
sure, but yeah.
And then number 11 on the bond resolution. On the other bond resolutions is much abbreviated. In fact, it stops with, it doesn't say anything about if such grants and contributions are received after the issuance of the bonds, they shall be applied to pay the bonds and/or otherwise authorized by the Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, and RTM.
Yeah, I
That's
think,
been left off.
I think that's because this is a Board of Ed project, which is subject to potential reimbursements and grants, whereas the non-reoccurring items
The
on the
837
837...
has no Board of Ed
has no board-
non-recurring
has-
in it?
Has no Board of Ed in it. And,
That one says, the first selectman or proper town or Board of Education official. The 3 notes are just different. That's, I guess, my only question.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not a big deal, but I don't know how we can tell that tonight. It's different than I'm used to seeing, but, again, I don't know that it's different because I'm not bond counsel, so. I don't know if it's a big deal. You said you've reviewed them all with bond counsel, and these are all approved by the
these are
Board of
actually...
Selectmen, I'm assuming, right?
These are approved by the Board of Selectmen, and these, when you say approved by, but they're actually written, but I do not write these.
These are
Bond-
drafted by
Bond
bond
counsel,
counsel.
writes these.
Okay. We would like, I'd like to reiterate, next time we do this, we want bond counsel.
Loudly and clearly heard.
Thanks. Any other items on this? All right, seeing none, I'm going to go to the public briefly on this item who've been patient. If anybody has a comment from the public? Seeing none, we'll come back to the board, and I will entertain any amendments. Mrs. Leclerc?
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to split the amount in paragraph 1 into 2 portions. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this, is to insert the amount,
Well, if I may interrupt, item 3 is where we discuss.
Yeah, it should be item 3.
Okay, so item 3 would be where we would do it. Now, and I guess the comment, which I'm kind of hesitant to make, but item 3 already allows the Board of Selectmen, Treasurer, and Fiscal Officer to appoint a committee that would cause the bonds to be sold, determine their form, terms, etc. So you could pass this resolution with a directive that the terms be set, as opposed to amending the resolution, I think.
Go ahead, Mr. Bolito.
I understand where you're coming from, but I seem to recall that when we proposed that another time, that bond counsel objected to it or had issues with it because it affected the saleability of it, because you're putting restrictions on it, essentially. Maybe I'm not remembering it correctly, but you're talking about is
do
basically
remember
putting an
that.
appendix on it, which restricts its saleability. I mean, do you understand something different, or?
Well, I think technically you may be correct, but like I said, the bonds are incrementally sold anyway. But
We're gonna cap
we
it.
can,
Yeah.
we can work through the language.
Because really what it comes down to is it's a matter of, if we change the language and break it down now, then, we're passing a resolution that's very specific in terms of what this board's intent is, and assuming it goes through the RTM as such. Whereas if we just pass it as is, we're leaving it to the discretion of the bond committee to make that judgment call.
Right.
Correct?
Correct.
So I think
The
Mrs.
bond
Leclerc-
committee certainly knows the intent of this board.
Yeah, so Mrs. Leclerc, I think you want to amend number 2 and maybe number 6, right?
okay, right. Does anyone,
Yeah, you want me to give it a shot?
sure.
All right. Someone's going to have to help me with the numbers?
Okay, the first number is
374, got it. And calculate the second one.
and the second one is 826, or 820,613.07.
Okay, I'm going to do 820. Is that okay?
Did not include the 07 in the resolution.
Sure.
Right. I'm going to do 820, and then, what's the differential there? No one likes to watch how the sausage is made. Can someone do this math for me?
374,400 minus 820, correct?
Yeah. Well, no, you got 4195, so you got to go 4195,013 minus 820. 4195,013 minus 820. I think I got it, but I want to make sure.
3,375,013.
Okay. So the motion I'm going to make is to item number 2, to finance such appropriation in lieu of tax, therefore, and as recommended by the Board of Finance and Board of Selectmen, the town of Fairfield may borrow a sum not to exceed in total $4,195,013 in 2 tranches, $820,000 and $3,375,000 in 013 in its corporate name and seal, and upon full faith and credit of the town. That's for number 2. And then in number 6, the bonds may be designated public improvement bonds or school bonds of the town of Fairfield, series of the year in their issuance, and may be issued in one or more series, and may consolidate as part of the same issue with other bonds of the town. For the $820,000, the serial form maturing in not more than 5 annual installments of principal, the first installment to mature no later than 3 years from the date of issue, right? For the $3,375,013 series of issue shall be in serial form maturing no more than 20 years, annual installments of principal, the first installment to mature no later than 3 years from the date of issue, and the last installment to mature no later than 20 years from the date of issuance. Does that make sense?
Well done.
Thank you. Do I have a second to that? Second by Mrs. Leclerc. Do we have any questions, comments on the amendment as it stands? Seeing none, the item's now before us. Back to the public? Nothing. Okay, so the item as amended, back before us for the town to hear, consider, and act upon a resolution appropriating $4,195,113 in tranches totaling $3,375,013 over 20 years and $820,000 over 5 years for the costs associated with the remediation of Osborne Hill Elementary School relating to the discovery of PCBs contamination at the school and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation. All in favor
Of the amendment.
of the amendment? Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, the amendment is now before us as a full motion. Again, as the amended motion is now before us, breaking it into 2 tranches. Any questions, comments, concerns? No? Do I need a second on that?
Yes.
Will you second that? Seconded by Mr. Bolito. It's now before us. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? The item carries. Good luck with the project.
Thank you
Thank
for
you
your
very much.
understanding on this matter.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bolito, take over.
I'll give folks an opportunity to clear out who are clearing out here.
And don't come back.
See you next month.
All right. Yeah, we should make that a rule.
If we have to stay, they have to stay.
All right, we're going to go to item number 5 on the agenda. To hear, consider, and act upon a resolution appropriating $837,000 for the cost of certain non-recurring capital projects and authorizing the issuance of bonds to finance such appropriation. Good evening, how are you tonight? Just
good
identify yourselves for the record, please.
Sure.
Yes, please.
Are we allowed to take up business after 11? Do we have to?
That's just for the budget hearings.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Sure. I'm sorry, please continue.
Joseph Michelangelo, I'm the Director of Public Works. I started in September.
Welcome, thank you.
My first time in front of this board. Looking forward to working with you tonight and in the future.
We are as well, thank you very much.
I'm Ed McCord, the Facilities Manager for the town center.
Good evening, how are you? Please proceed.
Okay. Most of these items are town building related. That's why I have Mr. McCourt here, who knows quite a bit more about them in his 13 years than I know in my 4 months. So I'll give you a brief rundown of the projects we proposed and open it up to any questions you may have. These are capital non-recurrent items. They went before the Board of Selectmen last Wednesday, and they've been forwarded to this board. One item is for a installation of emergency generator at Old Town Hall. That building has never had a generator. This will provide emergency generator service to the entire building, function on an automatic transfer switch, so whenever the power goes out, within seconds, everything will seamlessly be transitioned to the automatic power.
Just, if I can interrupt you for 1 second, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, literally. We're talking about the town non-recurring capital excluding Storm Sandy, $837,000. That's the material we're at right now.
Correct.
Thank you.
And this
Please proceed.
this consists of 5 items, I believe, 4 of which are Public Works related, and there's a golf course related item which Mr. Lombardo and Mr. Grace will address.
Thank you.
Okay. So if there's
You know, why don't we go through all of them, and then we can circle back and ask questions as to each individual item.
Sure. The second item is HVAC system at the fire headquarters for $172,000. The fire headquarter currently has a rooftop AC unit, which just provides air conditioning to the second floor of that building. The heat is provided via an old boiler in the basement, which provides heat via radiators on the first and second floor. Both of them are original equipment. The heating system dates back to the 50s. The AC was added sometime in the 60s. So our proposal for the building is to replace the AC unit on the roof to a HVAC, so it's capable of heat and air conditioning, and it'll not only service the second floor and the first floor, so that'll be the primary means of heat and air conditioning of the building. We will leave the perimeter radiators there and change the boiler to just a supplemental boiler to give the building some redundancy. Obviously, that's a 24/7 building with emergency services. Firefighters do sleep there, so it does have a higher demand level than a typical office building environment will.
Okay.
The third request before you tonight is a HVAC work at the police headquarters. About 3 years ago, there was a project that replaced. There were two existing air handlers in the second floor mechanical room of the police department. The theory was that we could replace those two units with one unit to service the whole facility. It was hoped that there'd be some energy savings achieved. That unit was installed. It is operational, functioning, but the unit is, because of the space involved, and the heat loads between the core of the building and the buildings which have an outer wall, it has not been able to provide the comfort level that that building needs to operate. Either the inside is too hot or the outside is too cold. We've tried, for the last 3 years, there's been quite a few modifications tried, and after a series of those, we've come to the conclusion that basically one heart powering the whole building will not suffice, and we need to have an additional unit installed. Okay. So that is what this proposal will do. And the last item for the Public Works portion is for the design of the Duck Farm Road Bridge over the Mill River. One of our oldest bridges in town, approximately 50 years. The state of Connecticut inspects all of our bridges over 20 feet every 2 years. This has an extremely poor rating. Numerous defects have been found. The bridge is currently rated for 33 tons, which is well below a legal weight limit. So this will go for the design of the project. It's not in imminent danger, but one of the things about securing the design, a planned replacement design, we plan to apply for all state and federal funding. We hope to obtain 80% for the design of this bridge through the state and federal program. And then once money becomes available for the construction, we'll have it ready so we could also plan for the replacement of that. So this will start the design, and once again, it'll put us in a better position for funding and for a planned replacement of this bridge.
Okay. And that covers all the ones that you're doing, right?
Correct.
All right. Yes, please, Mr. DeWitt.
I don't ever remember putting in non-recurring capital for designs. Is that usually for, like, the air conditioners like that? Is that irregular? This is just for design. This is
You're asking the new
$3,000
guy,
to-
mind you.
What's that?
You're asking the new guy, mind you.
No, well, I'm asking the broader.
Well,
Mr. Tetro, did you have something on this, please?
I don't know if I can take it back to non-recurring because we broke the design portion of this out. But I know we've bonded or included in bridge projects, and I'll go back to
No, I remember
Merritt
bridge
Street where we've
projects,
done that.
But I was, for
And-
some reason, I recollect it being part of a recurring budget rather than a non-recurring
No,
capital item.
we've included,
Design.
yeah, we've included it in capital projects, and specifically, if I can pick another type of example, in school building projects, the architectural and design work is included as part of the overall project, and we bonded as part of that.
Non-recurring capital?
No,
But that's what this is, right?
correct. And the reason it's non-recurring, this is the number we know about at the moment. We don't know what the total cost of the bridge is going to be. So the full cost of the bridge is not,
No, I'm with you. I'm just saying, is it, and for Mr. Flynn, maybe Mr. Flynn can help out. The Duck.
Oh, you're quizzing me, thank you.
Duck Farm Road, yeah, not your back. Duck Farm Road Bridge, this non-recurring capital is for design only. It's not buying anything other than a service. And I don't never remember us ever doing a non-recurring capital for just design work.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't recall that either. I'm not saying we
I
did.
don't know if it's irregular or if it.
yeah, I don't, and I can't speak to just including it non-recurring when we break it out like this.
Right.
I think traditionally, we've seen it as part of the larger project.
I
And I'm
think
going
that's
to point to
absolutely
Merritt
true.
Street, and I'll point to school building projects in particular, even though they're, but at this point, we don't know the cost of the overall projects that have come before this board with authorization for something larger than that.
And there's no
Did-
problem with non-recurring capital being, I guess doesn't really matter, right? There's no guidelines to it, right? For non-recurring capital?
Yeah, Chris,
In,
There actually were.
yeah, there,
get to the last one.
I think we, can you check the non-recurring guidelines?
So we can specify if we want.
Okay. I'm sorry, are you addressing Mr. Tetra?
Mr. DeWitt, I think, he said, is there any guideline? I said, can you check the guidelines for non-recurring capital? I don't have those off the top of my head.
Oh, you mean our guidelines? Yeah, I don't recall.
Yeah, we'd have to double check that. You know what, let's, rather than getting hung up
Yeah.
on it, let's proceed,
No, that's fine.
and we can, get the answer at a future time.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Flynn
No,
has
thank
let me drive for a little while, so let's keep going here. All right, so we have the 4 presentations from you. At this point, let's take them one by one, if that's all right with the rest of the board, okay? All right. Number 1, the Old Town Hall installation of emergency generator. This is an item that was actually before us last year and was rejected. So any questions of any board members at this time on this particular project? Nobody. Mr. DeWitt, please.
No, I can't help myself.
I know you can't.
So we don't have the generator there, and we've had 2 power outages, extended power outages. What inconvenience has this really caused to, other than the credit union? The tax collector, assessor, town clerk, I get it, but it says something about backup of computer, which our backup emergency, we don't have it in that building, so.
Mr. Tetra, please.
What we talked about possibly happening last year, in fact, this year did. If you look at when the storm came, we had a tax deadline. We are telling people they have to pay their taxes by a specific date, and Old Town Hall is closed, so we won't let people in because we're out of power. Right. So the purpose of,
Okay.
that's what we just went
You
through.
think people would have come when they don't have power down to town hall to pay their taxes?
Absolutely.
Oh.
It was a major issue. All right, if we didn't get the extension from the state to November 15th to allow for an extension on collecting property taxes, there would have been people that would be paying late fees because we were closed.
Okay.
All right, so that's one. Second, Election Day. All right, we are scrambling to get voter registration in and get preparations made for Election Day, and our registrar of voters and town clerk are out of power. Now, the town clerk was able to move to the probate judge's office in Sullivan Independence Hall to kind of continue operations, but we can't plan on that kind of shift at all times. So those would be the 2 big concerns. That, that there are other issues with other departments certainly, but those are the 2 critical ones and critical around those dates in particular.
You good, Mr. DeWitt? Yep. Okay. Any other questions on this particular item?
Rob?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Leclerc, please.
Just how long, what is the life of the generator?
The service life is generally around 20, 25 years.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? All right, let's move on to the next one, which is the fire station HVAC improvements. Any questions from board members on that particular item? Mr. Brown?
Do you happen to know the maintenance costs over the past year? You talk about maintenance costs, and you also talk about efficiency cost savings. Any idea?
Ed?
I would not be able to tell you at this time exact amount of money spent on it, but there was considerable amount of time with our maintenance mechanics there, checking out the units going down occasionally. I think it's more dependability. It's going to go out. When it goes out, it's not going to be able to just get repaired as quickly as we'd like to. And again, since it is a 24/7/24 operation, they really do need to have a dependable system, and it is at the end of its lifespan, of course.
And you talked about efficiency cost savings in here, I believe, somewhere. I'm trying to find it, right? It's going to be an efficiency cost savings?
Yes, the savings right now, I couldn't tell you what that would be until we have more of an idea of what exactly we would be doing with the system.
But like, current AC units have a SEER rating, so if the SEER rating we get for the new unit is, 10 or 12, the old one probably doesn't even have a rating. It's probably not even on the charts.
No, there's none.
It was pre-SEER.
Okay. Good.
Right, the only other thing is, I'm sorry, the only other thing is there's a lot of window units.
Mm-hmm.
So the savings right there, on the first floor, there's regular home air conditioner units in every window. So the savings there by removing those and going to, a one major system would be a savings too.
Okay. Mr. Brown, you good?
I'm good, thank
Have you had that analyzed? Has anybody come in and taken a look at that when they're proposing to you the new air conditioning units, what the savings would be? I mean, typically when these guys come in, right, they do an energy efficiency study and say, we can save you X amount, or give us your energy bills, or something like that.
No, we haven't done that. This will be designed by a mechanical engineer. We've talked to vendors. We haven't had it designed yet. Haven't sized the units at all. So.
Do we know how much we're paying now? Rough number on, what do we do monthly on this during the hot months?
I don't know what we pay for electricity or natural gas. No, I don't.
Right.
We could get that information.
Yeah, do we know whether we're looking at something that's, green efficient here? Are we looking at units that are, in any way green?
We'd specify the most efficient units available, so.
And control systems too. Building automation controls, that would also help, energy savings.
And this is just HVAC, is this also, this, obviously by definition, it's heating and cooling, right? It's both ends?
Correct.
Correct.
Mr. Tetra, is this something we would look at for something from the state on the clean energy side of the house? You and I have been having ongoing conversations about potentials for office buildings in town and things like that. Is this something with the police and fire department we ought to be looking at?
I think if you look at, Mr. Bowman's been directly involved in a number of the moves. We put a new type of generator in the police station this past year.
Right.
We're currently going out for an application for microgrid
Right.
that actually Mr. Bowman was instrumental in getting the state to change their regulations so we could cross the street and include police and fire, as well as potentially enough extra energy to include the Operation Hope building in there also.
Right.
So those are all part of the ongoing projects.
But are they part of this?
Those are separate projects.
Right. It just, guys, I'm not saying I'm against the HVAC improvements in either building. Please don't take it that way, especially something that's 50 years old. I'm just trying to question, what I'm questioning is, have we thought it through enough so that we're doing it, and don't take that the wrong way, but have we thought it through enough so that we're taking all these things into consideration as part of a larger plan that can, perhaps with these two large buildings that are constantly being utilized, save us a heck of a lot of money. If we've tied Mr. Bowman into it, had him look at what technologies are available, done some studies, I just don't see that here.
Joe, have you had Ed take a look at this? Yeah, Ed Bowman and Ed McCourt work hand in hand on all of our building issues.
So I work with that, and that is part of the game plan on both of those buildings.
Okay, but we don't have the details here tonight.
No, not today, no.
Right. How can,
I
when,
agree.
when can we get those? I mean, it's much easier to vote for a project, for an HVAC system, when you can sit there and say, the ballpark estimate is it's going to save us this much in energy costs, and you're going to have a return on the useful lives of within 5, 6, 7 years. We heard the gentleman earlier talk about the windows, right? And say, okay, we'll get a payback in 10 years on those windows, 7 to 10 years. It seems to me that that's very, very plausible with the change in these two units as you guys describe it. But I'm not hearing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, correct. We don't have those numbers for you tonight, but we,
But you can get them for us if we ask for them.
of course, yeah.
Okay.
I think what they'll do is they'll give a percentage.
Yeah, and that's fine. But if the
But it's
percentage could
then you
be
need to know your cost
dollars,
now.
right. Right. I'd just like to know what the payback on these are, that's all.
Yep.
It's just me.
You want the keys back, or shall I keep
No,
driving?
please, keep driving. I like being over here.
You didn't let me recognize you. I was looking forward to that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you did.
All right.
Jumped the gun.
Let's go to the next item, which is related but different, the police station HVAC. Any questions on this one? You guys are too easy. Really?
I had the same question that I had on
yeah.
those.
I was going to say, we just...
Yeah, we did.
Yeah, same exact.
The one thing that's different about this one, though, if I can jump in, is the fact that we just replaced this in 2009. Understand that we replaced two with one big one. And now we're saying, all right, we tried it for 3 years and doesn't work, so we're going to replace it again. Is there any remedy available through Johnson Controls that, look, you sold us this thing, you told us it would work and would heat and cool the whole building, it's not doing that.
And by the way, if we go back for the justification to buy it, I guarantee it says, because we can get rid of one unit.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a little different, and frankly, this is one that it doesn't sit well with me because we just did this.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you respond to that? Other than it doesn't work, which we know. Right?
Well, yeah, well, I wouldn't say we, we do have that unit, and we haven't wasted the unit. It's functioning, it just doesn't provide the temperatures for the building, so.
Have you investigated any kind of warranty or contractual way to go after, for I guess lack of a better word, Johnson Controls to either get them to replace it at their cost or to do something to maximize what we already have?
Well, to maximize what we have, yeah, we've tried every alternative with Johnson Controls, brought in secondary vendors to try to get that system to work. So we have tried every option with the existing system as far as going after them to make them liable for that. That has not been pursued.
What do they have to say for themselves about that? I mean, I'm not saying they did anything wrong, but they were the guys in charge of it, so they got to take ownership of it. Have they said anything about why they thought it was going to work and it didn't work? In writing, verbally, email, anything?
I think basically it was the cost of what this project was going to cost back then. And they were pretty sure at that time that it would be suffice for the building, excuse me. Excuse me. But what we found is because the core is unique of all these buildings.
Right.
It has actually VAVs that throttle closed. So it's not where it's giving you airflow. When it's trying to stop the airflow or get the temperature, it just closes,
Right.
which is a bad system.
Yeah. All right, we'll move on. Yes, Mr. DeWitt, please.
Who are we buying the new system from?
We'd
Johnson Controls. let me
No,
guess.
we'd have a mechanical engineer design the new system, and we go out to public bid for the system, but
And this is what we did last time, right, in 2009?
what, I think the difference is this time we'll rely more on a mechanical engineer that will design the system, and theoretically, whether it's, XYZ Corporation or ABC, you'll get the same product, just like the Windows. You specify a tight design with criteria, and you'll get the desired product.
Mrs. Leclerc, please.
Okay. Are we going to keep this existing one from 2009 and just add a second one?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
This particular
That's a.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Follow-up, Mr. Tetro, in terms of going after Johnson Controls or finding some remedy through them, do you have anything that you can add or offer on that subject? Because it just seems to me, you have a system that's put in 2009 and it doesn't work. There ought to be something available in terms of a remedy.
In this case, I'd have to rely on our experts here to my right to identify what the opportunities would be to do that. If we identify any, certainly we would.
Okay.
It could have also, Johnson Control didn't do the design, right? I mean, you might not know, but, I mean.
I think I was as close to that project as you were, Mr. Flynn, at the time.
Yeah.
Exactly. And a little bit to the right, or your left. The question is, did the mechanical engineer, I mean, you kind of alluded to it before, did they not rely on a mechanical engineer when they put in the design of the last project?
Yeah, right, correct. Exactly, right. They counted on the contractor, not so much as hiring a mechanical engineer to come in and really review what needed to be done.
Good, Mr. Flynn?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Anything further on the police station HVAC system? No? Okay. Go to the last item, the Duck Farm Road Bridge design for $300,000. Any questions from board members on this? Yes, Mr. Brockveld, please.
What would be the, I know you don't have the exact answer again, but the estimated or expected cost of this project, were it to come to
The construction, and in the package, I think we put between 1.5 million and 2.0 million, based on the span and width.
And $300,000. I mean, I'm always, I guess, someone. I'm just not in the construction engineering field, so I'm always shocked by the soft costs, so to speak, of all these projects. That's why, I mean, so $300,000 seems like a lot of money for $1.5 million potential project.
That's about the range for this type project. And one of the things that we'll be required to do, because we're going for the full state and federal program, they have a pretty elaborate program that we have to go through as far as to meet their criteria for qualifications and price selection, price negotiation. So that'll all be done with somebody from the town of Fairfield and somebody from the Connecticut DOT negotiating that procedure, which is quite lengthy and painful. So whatever the right price is, we'll get to it.
You said, I apologize, it's getting really late, so I know everybody here is tired. You said when you made the presentation that this is a bridge that's among our older stock, and therefore you anticipate it's going to need work at some point in the near future. Is that
Correct, yes.
what happens if we decide or return? I mean, this work that's being done for potentially for $300,000. How long is it quote unquote good for? Like, what happens if we decide we don't need to do this for another 5 or 10 years? Lucky enough,
yeah.
Then have to come back again to do this all over again.
Uh,
I mean, why? I don't. I mean,
well,
why are we doing this?
Well, because the bridge, what will happen with the bridge is eventually the weight limit will be lowered. You may have to close it to 2 lanes of traffic and make it 1 lane of traffic, and eventually you'll have to stop traffic for the bridge, and that's maybe in 10 years, though.
Right. So I'm just asking, is this imminent? I mean, it might just.
Mr. Flynn, please jump in.
Yeah, no, can I? Because I had a very similar question to you and Mr. Tetra. That's exactly what I was going to ask for.
I was not understanding.
Yeah.
apologize for
Yeah, no, that's exactly.
And not using the mic.
Because I noticed that it said poor here, and quite frankly, that's the only way I was getting over the hump of even considering bonding 300,000, which is in essence a study.
Right.
Was I assume that poor means,
Soon. Okay.
but it could be an inaccurate assumption.
No, and poor is the poor, and the state goes through a pretty elaborate rating system, and they grade it just like we grade our kids in school. And I think the number is somewhere in the 50s, so it is a F bridge. The term that the state uses is functionally obsolete, and one of the telltale signs is that one of our dump trucks, which isn't very big at all, can't legally drive over that bridge. It's rated for 33 tons. Our trucks are easily 38, 39. An oil truck is above that weight limit.
Okay, so this is a code red situation, so to speak. So is this something that we anticipate getting this work done and then just going forward with a request to fix the bridge? Or, I mean, I'm just trying to get a sense of
Timing.
the connection between the $300,000 and the actual work.
Yeah. Well, the state and federal procedure to follow is quite cumbersome. So I envision this is probably about a 2-year process to go through that, and probably after that, whether it's the 2 years out or 3 years out, and depending how we are with the construction funding, it may be in that time frame when you start the capital non-recurring process for construction. So by the time it's built, it could be 4 or 5 years, and that would probably be right for this type bridge.
And I'm sorry, one last
Please,
thing. I
yes.
apologize. And how long do you think, I'm focusing on the $300,000, obviously. How long, when would you get started, and how long would it take to be completed? Whatever work is being done here, preliminary work.
Well, once again, this is for a full-fledged design. So this gets us the rolled set of plans ready to bid.
I understand.
It would probably be at least a year. So I'd say a year plus. So I wouldn't be back here. I most likely wouldn't be back here at this time next year. We'll probably loop around to the following cycle.
All this description here would take you at least a year to complete.
Plus would all be correct.
Okay.
Mr. Stone was next, but Mr. Flynn, do you have a direct follow-up?
No, I'm sorry. I
Okay.
didn't see his-
Mr. Stone, please.
Yeah, who's Mr. Flynn anyway? Are there other bridges that are in the same category in town?
This is probably our worst in our 5-year plan. I think there's about 3 other ones that we have identified. Same thing in the out years for design and then construction.
So would we save money by having this person or persons design all 3?
Most likely not. They're all fairly unique, and they're all man hours driven. So if this bridge takes 2,000 hours to design, and that one takes 1,800 hours to design, it's basically man hours times salary. So you don't get much economy of scales by doing.
It just seems like a lot of money to me. I mean, it really does.
Thank you, Mr. Stone. Mr. Flynn.
Along the lines of Mr. Brockfeld's questions and comments, is this the worst condition bridge in town that we're, other than ones we may already have in process?
Correct. And the thing about this bridge that is bad is just it's not just the thing that makes this especially critical is that this is unique in the sense that it's a 2-span bridge. So you have the piers which sit right in the middle of the river. So not only is the bridge structurally in poor shape, it's what they call scour critical. So the footings which sit in the middle of the bridge, they're not quite like the lolly columns in your basement. But if you could picture that, a stream, eroding the lolly columns of your basement, which supports the center. So that's what makes it, gives it the lead over some of the other bridges.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Brown, you have a question?
Just a quick question. Why we, I guess Mr. DeWitt asked a question, but why we bond this is $300,000? We're going to pay interest on it, why not just pay it?
Well, as far as our threshold, I know it's between between 100,000 and $1 million. And, you know, just my history with other towns,
What's the
typically that's
100,000
what
to $1 million? The design's 300,000, right? And then you're not going to come back for 2 more years.
correct.
So we're just talking right now, 300,000, not $1 million, correct?
Well, I'm talking about the guidelines I was given for CNR projects are between 100,000 and $1 million.
Okay.
So that's why it's here under this funding source.
So the reason is because it's between 100 and $1 million.
Correct. It meets that criteria.
I know it's late in the day, we're kind of forgetting our policies, but I do think that's accurate.
Okay.
And it's definitely a capital item.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anyone else on this one? All right, since we kind of took these as a group, at this point, since you guys are still here, we'll go to the public. Any member of the public that's still here and awake?
I'm sorry, we're going to do the golf course at the same time or not?
Oh, we're going to do that, vote
Okay.
together, but I figure we'll give the public an opportunity to talk
Sorry.
since we got these guys in front of us. Mr. Lombardo is going to do
shut
the
up.
next one. That's all right. You're doing great. Is there any questions from the public as to these 4 particular items? No? All right, any last comments from the board on just these 4 items?
Yeah,
Mrs.
I just
Leclerc,
want to
please.
clarify something I just noticed. On the fire station, page 2, it says, under item 12, part of the non-recurring capital budget of 2013, and the other 2 say 2014. Are they all 14, or?
I'm sorry, Ms. Leclerc, you're talking about on the fire station 1?
On page 2.
2, okay.
Item number 12, it has capital budget of 2013, but the other 2 items we just talked about say 2014 on the item number 12. So I just want to make sure what year.
I'm sorry, item number 12 on page which?
It's
5.
actually numbered 5. Right?
Okay. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying financing project will be bonded as part of the non-recurring capital budget of 2013. That should be technically 14, should it not?
14, okay.
Right. Okay, understood. All right, at this point, we're all done with this? All right, why don't you guys hang around? Mr. Lombardo, please come on up. Good evening. How are you tonight?
Good evening. Doing well.
Excellent. All right, you're going to be speaking to the, and good evening. How are you today?
Peter Grace, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. Yeah, we're getting there, believe me. And we will be addressing that shortly. H. Smith Richardson Golf Course renovation. This is, of course, part of an ongoing project that we've been working on.
Correct. We've had our, if you recall, in 2010, we presented our 10-year plan for capital investment into the golf course. And at that time, it was decided to put $100,000 a year into replenishing the bunkers, drainage work, ponds, tee boxes, and we've been moving right along. I don't know if you've, how many of you have had the opportunity to be up there, but we've done quite a bit of work. And this is this will be our 4th request for funding under that plan.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything to add, Mr. Graves?
Well, originally we had come forward and we wanted to bond $1 million, and we decided to spread it $100,000 over 10 years.
Right.
And the non-recurring capital, one of the questions was asked by Selectman Fahey was, why, like Mr. Brown asked about, why is it non-recurring capital? Because we're not going to come back and ask for this money again to do the projects you see in front of you the last 25, 30 years, and well, I'll be I'll be retired. You guys will be off the board by then, so it's that's why it's not recurring capital.
Understood. Thank you. All right, at this point, Mr. Brockfeld, please.
First of all, speak for yourself, because Mr. Stone plans to be here for minimum
Okay, I'm
of 20
speaking
years.
for myself.
And if not, we're going to stuff them.
Yeah. Will there be a...
Weekend at Bernie's, right?
My only question is, this is the 4th year of the 10-year
Correct.
project. So, without going into great detail about because I should remember, the items you've done in the 3 previous years, are you seeing, I mean, obviously, the purpose of this is to make the golf course better and therefore more attractive to customers and therefore bring in more revenue and be a happy place, I assume. So have you seen do you guys do, like, for example, customer surveys of any sort, or you know, have golfers fill out a little card or something
No,
on
we-
a random basis after they play or anything? I mean, is there any way for us to know that this is having its desired effect?
Well, it's having a desired effect on those that are using the facility, but one area that we have seen is in our cart revenues,
Mhm.
because drainage was a big issue, and we have seen an increase in that.
For that, right, yeah.
The others are playability.
Let me interrupt you, Jerry. It's unfair to ask this because you don't have it in front of you, I know, but is there any, I mean, do you actually have numbers on that? In other words, you have a certain number of players who play, right?
We do about 40,000, between 40 and
Right, right, but
45,000.
any given day, any given week, any given month, any given year, have an actual number of play, right? And then some percentage of those people take a cart and some percentage walk, right?
Correct.
So have you seen an improvement on the percentage? Because it wouldn't be fair to look at the absolute numbers because you could have bad weather, good weather, and all that stuff. But if for every 1,000 people that come to play, do you have an idea of how many more are taking carts because of the
No, we don't, I don't have the,
Mr. Tetro, you have something to add? Please come on up.
but what we do have is, like I said, when we have had the rainstorms,
Mhm.
we haven't had carts out on the facility. We turn people away.
Right.
So we are seeing those people because we can get them on the carts or onto the fairways.
So there are clearly days when the weather is marginal, where because of the work you've done, you've been able to let carts out where in the past you weren't.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Tetro, please.
Yes, I was just going to add that the Golf Committee has done a tremendous amount of market research and very impressive in terms of how they've broken it out, what they looked at, how they stacked. This is one of the town resources that is perhaps more competitive than other amenities that we have in town, and that folks have alternatives. They'll go play at another course. All right. When you look at, and they've broken it down by resident rates and resident rounds versus out-of-town rounds. I was very impressed with the presentation, and perhaps that at some point you might like an update on that. But I think that would be worthwhile to hear. There's certainly other improvements coming down the road for the golf course, but I think you'd be pleasantly surprised by the amount of research and that they've done and how they've laid it out.
Well, they don't necessarily have to come before us, but if we can get a brochure or a pamphlet or a PowerPoint or whatever they have, I'd love to have a chance to look
Or
at
Mr.
it.
Tetro can take you out golfing.
Yes, he could.
I get to caddy for Mr. Brackfield.
There you go. All right. Mr. Flynn?
This is actually the Golf Committee and yourselves have done a very nice job on this. First of all, the course was much improved. Second of all, you're following the 10-year plan, which I think is really quite good. That we actually have a plan and have been sticking to it. And thirdly, and the town doesn't necessarily, the people don't really realize this, every year we look at the golf courses, they actually either make money or break even, or they're not sucking funds away from the town, as it were, and in most instances are making money, which is a good thing. With that in mind, how are we doing this year? How did we do so far year-to-date as compared to what?
You're right, good stuff.
Okay, I got my answer.
Yeah,
Jerry
right,
is
yeah.
out the door.
Yeah.
That
wasn't good. Yeah.
Peter.
It was much better than last year.
Yeah.
I know we did about, if you include complimentary rounds, because we have 4 high school teams that play there. I think with complimentary rounds, we're like 44,000 rounds this year. As compared, I don't think we made it to the 40 threshold last year, but I'm not positive on that.
So you're ahead, your rounds are ahead of last year now. Obviously, some of that's the function of the weather and things of that sort.
Yes.
But we're not,
Well,
we're not seeing that we're losing money on it.
No.
What I'm saying to is the asset is a viable asset.
Definitely.
Oh,
Well, like I said, like for example, last year, Irene, it hit on a Saturday, and we closed everything down. I mean, a Saturday and a Sunday up there, you don't open a golf course. That's $25,000 you're leaving on the table. So that was a big loss. But this year, later, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I thought I had my monthly report with me.
While Jerry's looking, is
But I
44,000 rounds, is that like pushing up against the limit? I mean,
Yeah, that's 45,000 is, the course was originally built for between 40,000. and 45. How they measure that, I don't know.
Like 30.
And we're getting, we're averaging about 42,000
Right, I
rounds.
mean,
I know we hit 42,000 rounds this year.
Subject to weather and stuff like that, but I mean, there are actually a finite number of rounds that can
Right.
based on how quickly you send
And to
people
let you
out.
know, a lot of the work we've done is, is drainage and doing bunker work. I mean, nothing's really been done up there since '72, since it was built.
But to that point, though, to Mr. Brockfield's point, not to cut you off, Mr. Grace, it is late, if you hit that limit on the rounds, then you obviously have to start looking at your rates, right?
Looking at what?
Rates?
Rates?
Price?
That's,
Well, we're market,
out of my
as,
realm.
as First Selectman Tetro said, that we're market-driven.
Right.
We do a cost comparison every year with our neighboring community, and
But if you're at
we're right
capacity-
there.
Yeah, no, I understand, but if you're at capacity, you got to start looking at your rate in order to keep up. Because
Right.
your costs are just going to continue to inch up on you.
Correct. We don't want our expenses to exceed
Right.
our income.
Because, well, I said earlier, you're making money, you're not making a lot of money.
No.
Right.
We,
So-
we are covering our cost,
Right.
and that's bonding and,
Can
as
you
we...
just report back to us on that, please?
I will
That'd be
I will
very-
get you a report.
Yeah.
I
Thank
thought
you.
I had it here, but
All right. Any other comments from board members at this time on this particular item? All right. Go to the public. Any public comment on the golf issue? Nope. All right. Back to the board. At this point, I'm going to throw the keys back to Dad and let him drive it home.
It's only because I'm old.
Non-young.
Thanks. Yeah, non-young, right. All right, so the item before us is all of these items put together, and in the efforts of time, I'll tell you what I'm thinking, and then do the pleasure of the board. I think, first of all, I think it's great that we got this information in January. It gives us time to digest it. We're not under a time crunch. It's not interfering with the budget process, which is exactly why this was put forward in this way. That said, there's several items here that my own personal view is I have follow-up questions on before I'd be comfortable voting for. I wonder if the same can be said of other colleagues. If we could provide a listing back, and then we can make a motion that we move this to our next regularly scheduled meeting, which is February 5th. So can we go around and say on each item what we'd like to hear more of? And then put this back on the agenda? Does that sound right for everybody? For the 5th?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes,
Before
Mrs.
we
Leclerc?
do that, I had a couple of questions on the motion.
Please feel free.
If we could get more information from council on it. It says Exhibit A, and so I'm assuming that the attachment we have is Exhibit A, but it's not labeled. But then it says items 1 to 8, and there's only 5 items. Oh, I don't have that.
Exhibit A was a list of items.
Okay, I'm missing a page.
Exhibit A was a list of items. There was 8, 3 were deleted by the Board of Selectmen, and
I'm just missing
Got
the
it.
page.
Can we make sure we get copies of the page, and can we revise the document to say 5 as opposed to 8? Thank you, Mrs. Leclerc. Yes? Do you disagree with 5 instead of 8, or?
Just before we start making changes at that point, the Board of Selectmen didn't delete.
3.
We held over for further information, 3 items. Those should be back to this board.
Good.
Along with your February meeting if we stay to that schedule. So
Okay.
just, before we start making changes, you might want to see how many of those 3
Come
kind of
back
meet
and then
up in
combine them with
February.
this? Fair enough. Thank you. All right. Is that good? Are you good on the resolution?
Yeah, and then I had one other question, and it's on the last item, on page 10, for item number 12. It says that it's for bans not to exceed 5 years, and the rest of the items are all long-term, I think. So I just wanted us to consider that.
Okay. Point that out to me again, please. Point that out.
On page 10,
Okay.
item number 12.
Yep.
It says finance and short-term anticipation note, bans not to exceed 5 years.
Mhm.
But all the other items seem to be more long-term items.
And that's not a 5-year.
And that's not, this is not a 5-year thing either. Right. Belongs with the rest of it, because
Okay,
it's,
that's what
yeah.
I didn't,
Those are not part of the resolution, though.
what?
Those are not part of the resolution,
What or not?
the items you're reading from.
She's reading from the Smith-Richardson Golf Course thing.
Right, the resolution, Exhibit A, is just the list, not all the backup to the list.
No, she was asking a question over whether that was included in 20 years or 5 years.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's not part of the bond authorization, is all I'm saying.
So the error is not
Right,
in the resolution.
correct.
The error's in the backup.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's go through these very quickly, if we could. Anybody need additional information on the emergency generator at Town Hall? Okay. Does anybody need additional information on the fire station HVAC improvements?
I'd love to have information on both the police and the fire station regarding the potential savings from energy and all sorts.
Yeah, I would as well. I think the energy savings, the opportunity for any green technology, any study that you and Mr. Bowman have done, how much we're going to save per annum, what we think the payback period is, and specific to the police station, following up on Mr. Polito's comments on what did we learn, where did we go wrong, do we have any recourse as relates to what we did in 2009, would be greatly appreciated. I think
Also, just, Ms. Bossi, if you could just make a note of that, and the secretary is also making a note that it's like part of our punch list follow-up. Thank you.
All right, so those are for, does anybody have anything else on the HVAC systems? No. All right. Duck Farm Road Bridge, anybody have anything on that item? Okay. The golf course, can we get the traffic items, the number of rounds we've had, and what we're seeing for revenue so far, year-to-date, compared to budget?
I thought I was sending you but I'll put you on an email list to send you the monthly report.
That'd be great, as long as it has this information. That'd be perfect, Jerry, and we'll forward it along. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions on the H. Smith Richardson Golf Course? Okay, so with that in mind, I'd make a motion that we move that item to our February 5th agenda, and that at that meeting, we discuss the follow-up items that we just laid out for the purpose of voting on it at that meeting. Do I have a second to that motion? Second by Mr. Bolito. Any questions, comments, concerns from board members? Back to the public. Okay. All back to the board. All in favor of moving this to our February 5th meeting? Opposed? Abstentions? That item carries. All right. Mr. Brockfield?
So that was number 4. No, that was number 5, right?
Yeah.
Is it, I mean, it's really late. It's,
Yeah.
I think I can't even read it. It looks like 10
10
to
of
12.
12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can
And if
we?
you turn around, the clock is closed.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Tetra.
You know you're older and you need a
That's an
clock
extra
closer.
$5 from him. That's an extra $5 next time he caddies for me.
There's a hard way and an easy way.
Yeah. Can we table number 6 to our next meeting?
I actually, in discussions with the first selectman, yes, we can.
I mean, I would recommend that strongly.
Yeah.
Do you move it, though?
If we could just
I'll also move
check
it.
with Mr. Michelangelo just to confirm.
Sure. Is he going to say no right now? You're not going to overrule your boss, are you?
Well, my only fear, as I told Mr. Tetro, is some of the items on this list, and when I say some of the items, the replenishment of our beaches and our navigational channels, we want to get something in motion fairly soon on that. So I'm not saying it can't wait till February 5th, but it would put us close to get
Okay,
moving.
I'll work with you on this. We have a quarterly meeting scheduled for what night?
January 30th?
January 30th. We typically don't take items that are, or voting items at our quarterly meeting. Could we do it that evening, and does that help you guys?
That would save us a week, so yeah,
It doesn't help you because of the RTM, right, Mr. Tetra?
These items, before we can take action on them, this mic doesn't appear to be very loud.
Yeah.
These items, before we can take action on them, have to be approved by the RTM. So it's either the end of January or the end of February. If you pass it tonight, it has a chance to be on the RTM January calendar. Anything else goes on the RTM February calendar.
Okay. Back to you. What does that do to you?
Yeah, the end of February puts us in tight position for, and on this list are channel dredgings. We have 3 channel dredgings and 1 pretty large beach replenishment. We want to, I think, starting those, March 1st, just pick a date, is kind of late to get our boaters back in the water and our beach people, and to protect our beach. We're not just doing it for recreation purposes. It does provide some.
Also, our initial FEMA submittal date is February 13th.
Correct. We have to submit the projects, but we don't necessarily.
Doesn't have
need
to be
our
approved, but.
funding for it.
Yeah, but it's part of the process.
So what does that mean in the end?
So Jim asked. So what does it mean in the end, right? Do we separate out a couple of items?
I would prefer if we could, and Jerry just reminded me with Penfield Pavilion, we'd like to start some of that design work, and starting that on March 1st, that pushes us back further into the season.
Okay.
We can't spend any money until the authorization is approved.
Say it again.
We can't spend any money until the authorization is approved.
Thanks. Okay. Everybody? Ready? You ready to take this up?
Which particular item?
They're saying basically they need it all, because the biggest items are the items that you just talked about, correct?
If it helps, I could identify the 5 or 6 items that are most critical.
Okay.
Okay.
But even if we approve those 5, we still have a bond resolution for the total. Or are you going to break out?
You'd have to adjust the bond resolution.
We only have bond council.
Yeah. Well, we just do a different bond resolution.
Mr. Flynn, before
Yeah.
I begin,
You're going to take out 5. How many are there?
you're asking for a lot, and I know it's not your fault we're here at midnight, but to be reworking bond resolutions and to be separating things out at this hour, when frankly we're probably not at our best, I think is just rife with potential problems. Bottom line is that we're doing these earlier in the process for a reason, but we have some flexibility with the non-recurring stuff that's not Sandy related. I understand where you're coming from. I just don't think it's wise to start dicing things up and separating them out at this late time.
Mr. Bolito?
My opinion, yes.
Mr. Mayor, can you in 2 minutes, I think you can, describe for us the if I understood some preliminary conversations, there's a very serious percentage amount of this that we'll probably never have to bond. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, the authorization is for the total estimate, with some contingency cushion, but we only bond what we would actually spend. What we will spend will be ideally the amount indicated plus or minus, then minus 75%, which would be the FEMA reimbursement amount. So we're only talking about bonding maybe $1 million.
This whole list is FEMA reimbursable?
Yeah, I mean, I was just thinking here, and it's like, maybe the board might want to entertain just letting Mr. Michelangelo kind of start the presentation, because what we're looking at here is several items, no question about that. But they are all items that have realized storm damage. They are all items that are FEMA reimbursable. They are all items that need to be worked upon. And they're all FEMA reimbursable. And some of the items are even projects that would have been future projects because of their condition and future plans, that would have been projects where the town would have had to spend 100% of the costs. So we have some of those as well in there.
Quick question, Mr. Mayor, on this, and I happen to agree, I also agree with Mr. Bolito that parsing this down would probably not be the most advantageous course of action at this point in time. So I agree with that. I was not aware of the tight time constraints until Mr. Michelangelo's had mentioned that. Quick question on this, though. Is it true that only 25% of this, because you're saying 75% reimbursement from FEMA, right? But then there's also an insurance component to this as well, no?
I think the
Well, it's per structure, though, I think. I mean, there's a, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the only insurance component is with Penfield Pavilion.
It is the only insurance. That's the only one that's going to
Hit the deductible.
hit the deductible. So really, we're not looking at an insurance event other than Penfield, and everything else
Correct.
is FEMA.
Right, and if I might just divert a little bit from this specific conversation, one of the pieces of good news that when we investigated our insurance policy more, rental income is basically based upon the concept of tenant rental income, and so the Penfield Pavilion rentals are really business interruption. So we're correct, and that was a good question. So we're not limited to that $25,000 rental coverage. So we'll be able to recover more than that. We're actually working to try to figure out how to optimize our presentation to the insurance commission.
Okay.
The
So
insurance
even
company.
though essentially what you're saying is even though the bond resolution here is $5.3 million or $5.2 million, we're really looking at something closer in the neighborhood of 1.3 or something, 1.2 in that area.
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Actually less, no? 'Cause-
Yeah, a little bit.
No, well, then there's potential recovery of $500,000 insurance.
Only to the extent that it goes over the deductible and it's not covered by FEMA.
Oh, and it's not covered by FEMA, right,
Right.
okay.
The one thing I'll point out before you go further is, as you know, this board has requested, and one of the things I was aware of and did pay attention to, was when we have multiple projects, the bond authorization request, say if there's overage or underage, if there's to be overages, they must come back to this board. I did not incorporate that language, did not have bond counsel incorporate that language in this one, because these are initial numbers, it's all one project in a way, so it allows overages to be funded by underages.
Unless all of them go over.
If they all go over, then yeah, but they obviously our
That's the reason we put it in there.
yeah. Well, no, if they all go over,
Total project, the reason we had that language put in these bond resolutions, because we had school projects that underran everything, and one line item went crazy over buying stuff, and it sent the resolution over the top.
no, that would not be allowed. You would have to come back here if
Except
it was.
for the language to say that.
No, the whole thing can't come over, it's just a matter of allocation, Mr. Brown.
Okay.
But I'm alerting you to that, so if you,
Mr. Leclerc?
So to apply for FEMA reimbursement, we don't actually have to have approved these yet? We just have to,
no, the initial submission requires the projects be identified and costs be associated with them. We cannot add additional projects, but we can adjust costs for each individual project.
because he has,
But we can't spend any money without the authorization and get FEMA reimbursement.
what my dilemma is, though, is if we're going to be reimbursed for FEMA, I'd be more likely to say, sure, go ahead, do this whole list. But if we're not going to be, then I would want to look at this more thoroughly and say, well, maybe we could put this off to next year, or...
No, these are all FEMA reimbursable projects.
And we'll definitely get the money. I thought, you
Take-
haven't even submitted it yet. That's,
They're all FEMA reimbursable projects. They're all storm damage. Mr. Michelangelo can probably speak to this better than I can. FEMA has been on, tours, they've taken pictures, there's, they've done a survey. I really don't think there's any question. Is there, Mr. Michelangelo?
Go ahead.
I would, once again, we've been talking with FEMA, we meet with them monthly or whatever, but once again, it's not a guarantee. That's what the rate is there. They do, just like with the window projects with the school, there are some stuff that, are not eligible. So when you work on these, they call them project worksheets for a reason. You actually work towards a solution with your FEMA rep and our consultant. And even though it's, it's tough to put a certainty on it.
I think part of the issue is we wait for complete FEMA confirmation. How long would that take?
Yeah, it takes, till we get certainty, it'll be at least 6 or 8 months.
Right, that's our challenge is the FEMA certainty process, is Mr. Michelangelo just said, is 6 to 8 months. If we wait on that, we're fixing these a year from now.
Right.
And a number of these really need to be fixed in a short term. These are some significant repairs and things like drainage in the channel. The channel has been severely damaged or hampered, however you want to, in terms of use by the sand. We're also looking at, as part of our flood erosion program.
Sorry about that.
But I don't think we're looking for FEMA approval. I think what Mrs. Leclerc is saying, we're all saying, is that, if we knew 100%, we'd probably blast through this. But we're being asked to blast through it with no questioning, 5 minutes, and no assurance. I think that's my concern.
Well,
and I'm telling you, I read through this today, and the first thing I read was, we're going to raise the height of Penfield Pavilion. I have 300 questions. I mean, just, so
Mr.
it's,
DeWitt, we were just talking about something, whispering a little bit. There is the potential, we have options. We could stay here tonight, which I admit, very late night, not optimum situation, okay? Was not aware, we were not aware of the time crunch on this. Thank you for making us aware, okay? So there's that item, there's that potential. There's the potential of moving this to the quarterly meeting, right? Which of course puts them in the predicament of missing the RTM, we get it, okay? There's the potential of moving it to the February 5th meeting, and doing it then, okay? I get, according to Mr. Tetro, it doesn't matter much, the 30th or the 5th, because they missed the RTM anyway. Might help a little bit per Mr. Mayor with his FEMA application, gives him a few more days before that's due, okay? Or the other option is we ask for a special meeting next week to just devote to this item, we get it done, and we get it on to the RTM. Does that help as relates to your RTM schedule?
Yes, it does.
It's an option. We can take this one next week, one item, spend the time that we want to spend on it, and go from there. I just throw that out for the board. I'm open to whatever the pleasure of the board is.
I would say that we should make a decision. We're going to, I'm not all the well-intentioned talking. We're going to end up spending as much time as
Exactly.
we would. Right.
Exactly
I mean,
right.
I can say for myself that I've found that the worst decisions we've made as a group have been these kind of decisions at 12 and
I agree.
12:30 at night. I know I'm already thinking to myself, just get this thing, that's just not the attitude we should take on a $5 million bonding thing, even though I know we're not likely to spend $5 million. So I would vote for any option but doing it tonight, fully understanding that it's not optimal for you guys. I know that, but we have a big responsibility here on a multi-million-dollar type of deal.
Agreed.
And,
I'd like to make a motion
Please.
that we take this up at a special meeting next week to be the day to be determined by our chairman.
Do we have a second to that motion?
Yes.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Bolito. We have that motion before us for discussion now. Do you gentlemen have any thoughts on that motion? Do you have any conflicts with a specific night of next week? You can tell me.
offhand, I don't think I do. I think I'm open.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to determine with Caitlin the time and place, date certain of this, but I just want to make sure there were no, I didn't want to hear, oh, I can't do any night next week, so we can't do this. Yeah, you're free, you guys?
Yeah.
You, John and Mary? My apologies, this is not optimum, but quite frankly, we're throwing a curveball by another item, and what can we do? So without that, I'll go to the public. Any comments on this? Seeing none, I'll come back to the board. Before us is a motion to move this item to a meeting, special meeting to be scheduled next week. I will communicate that meeting with all of you. We'll schedule a specific time, place, and date, and we'll move on from there. That's the motion before us. All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? So be it. Do I have another motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Guys, I happen to think the part of the meeting that I ran went real quick. I think it was just